Imagine building an entire AWS architecture. EC2 instances, VPCs, subnets, load balancers, security groups, all created perfectly in minutes without clicking anything on the console. Now, that's exactly the level of confidence and automation you start developing when you understand AWS the right way. In this session, we are going to take a practical end-to-end journey through some of the most important services every AWS solution architect must know. We will begin with the basics, understanding core structure and learning how IAM controls access in a secure and scalable way. Then we'll move into the real engine of AWS Compute. You will learn how EC2 works, how storage options differ, and how to choose the right instance, purchasing model, or storage type based on cost, performance, and business needs. And from there on, we will step into automation, exploring auto scaling, lifecycle management, scaling policies, CloudWatch alarms, and everything that keeps your application running smoothly even when traffic spikes without warning. And once you understand how to design architecture that scale themselves, we will go a level deeper. Infrastructure as code. CloudFormation will show you how entire environments can be deployed, updated, and rolled back automatically with reusable templates, the same way real companies build production-ready systems. Throughout the session, you will see some real examples too. Walkthroughs, troubleshooting techniques, and practical explanations that connect every concept to real-world AWS architecture. So whether you're new to cloud computing or preparing for the AWS Solution Architect role, this one continuous session will help you move from understanding individual services to understanding how they all work together to build reliable, scalable, secure systems. Now, before we move on, here's a quick information. If you are interested in growing your career in cloud computing, do not forget to check out Simplilearn's Cloud Architect Master Program, a complete learning path designed to help you master AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud all in one place. This program will give you access to official AWS authored learning content, a Microsoft Azure exam voucher, live interactive classes, hands-on cloud labs, and certification-aligned training for both Azure and AWS. You will learn 40 plus in-demand cloud skills, work with 25 plus essential services, and earn official certificates from Microsoft as you progress. And with job-focused projects, real-world cloud deployments, and expert trainers guiding you throughout the journey, this 4-month online program prepares you how to design, build, and manage scalable cloud solutions confidently. So guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below. Also, here's a quick quiz question for you. The question is, which AWS feature automatically increases or decreases EC2 instances based on demand? Your options are CloudTrail, Autoscaling, Cloud Shell, or IAM. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. So guys, without any further ado, let's get started.
Very good morning all. I welcome you to Simplilearn World's #1 Bootcamp, and even I welcome you to AWS Certified Solution Architect Associate course. Myself, Muzammil Dakhni, I'll be your trainer for this AWS Solution Architect Associate course. So total, I have 10.5 years of experience in teaching and training. Right now, I have a 3 certification: AWS Certified Solution Architect Associate level, Professional level, and AWS SysOps Administrator. 3 certification in AWS. Introduction to AWS. So before that, what is cloud computing? Folks, cloud computing is an on-demand remote availability of resources such as computing to user management. Even if I take one more simple definition, cloud computing is nothing but on-demand delivering IT resources over the internet. So what kind of a resources? Now, power, storage, what you're doing in on-premises environment, that same thing you're going to use in cloud environment. And that too, user is going to not manage that. User is going to access the resources like virtual servers or a storage, networking thing. So user is not responsible to manage. Someone is there, behalf of you, they are managing. Just being a client or a user, you are going to utilize the resources. Now let me take one simple example for cloud concept. Everyone is familiar with the electricity board, right? Electricity board, just being a user, you are consuming the electricity in your houses or offices, and what you are consuming, based on that you are going to pay for it. You are not going to maintain your infrastructure of this electricity board. Behalf of you, someone is there to manage this, but just you are using the service of that electricity board. So like that, cloud computing also, you're using the service, but someone is there to manage that. So now folks, do you have any idea what benefits I'll get if I'm using cloud computing? Cost optimization, cost saving, no upfront cost for resources. Scalability is also one of the benefits. No need to think about the capacity also. And the very important pay as you go model. And no need to think about the capacity. Automatically scale up and scale down when it is required. Many services are available, ready to use. Dynamic hosting as per the requirement. Less time to start an application. So these are the some important benefits for cloud computing. Now, the companies that provide these services are called cloud providers. So folks, as per my knowledge, I know one of the cloud provider, AWS. Do you know any other cloud providers in the market? GCP, Azure. GCP is a product of Google. Azure is a product of Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Alibaba. These all are cloud providers in the market. Now, these services are accessible to the user over the internet. So always how you are using this cloud computing services by using the internet connectivity. So cloud provider ensure the large scale management of these services. So now this cloud provider, they can deal with the large, like a tier one company. They can provide a solution for beginners, that to what you call startup. Even cloud providers, they provide a solution to individuals also. Now, what is AWS? AWS stands for Amazon Web Services. It's a leading cloud provider which offers over 200 on-demand cloud services. These services are extended to individuals, companies, government based on a pay-per-use model. So now folks, in AWS, it provides more than 200 services. Now, what are the features I'll get in AWS? Why should I go for AWS? What is the reason behind that? The first one is reliability. Folks, even if you have a huge amount of a data or a low amount of a data, always the performance will be consistent, and that too accurate also. Now, scalability. No need to think about the capacity, because when I'm getting high traffic application, automatically the resources will be increased. When I'm getting a low traffic, automatically the resources will be decreased. That is the power of scalability in AWS environment. Now, security. Let us consider this is my AWS environment now. And here we have different level. Let us consider this is level 1, this is level 2, and this is level 3. Now, I am providing some security group at level 1. I'm providing some NACL at level 2. I'm providing some VPC Flow Log at level 3. So now if I want to make sure that my AWS environment should be secure, at that time I'm providing a different level of a security within the environment. Cost effectiveness. As you know that pay as you go model. How much you are consuming, based on that you are going to pay for it. Now, what about the market trend? If you talk about the market trend, so average salary of AWS professional is like $160,000, and there is a huge demand of AWS professional. That to 60% of a cloud computing jobs which require the AWS related skill. Even in the market, you can see there are a lot of opportunities are available. There is only one condition: a person should be skillful. If you are obtaining a solution architect course, solution architect certification, that means once you complete this course, you are able to decide which particular service should be used in which situation, which option should be used in which situation. So being a solution architect, you know that. So once you'll get the grip on these services, 100% you will be hired in the market. Now, what are the skills we are going to cover in this particular certification? Virtual private cloud, storage services, AWS security and IAM, identity and access management, and finally container services. So now, why should I go for this AWS Solution Architect course? All the organizations are migrating from on-premises to cloud environment. Not only AWS, I'm talking about the cloud environment. So in every organization, solution architect is required. In the organization, some of the people have the knowledge. Sir, I know that. I know about the storage service. I know about the database service. I know about the compute service. So I can design the solution. No, that is not possible. If that person, he or she is not certified architect, then it's not possible. See, until and unless if you don't have that much of a depth knowledge about the designing, then you can't. Because being a solution architect, you should know that in which situation you are going to use bus table class, in which situation you are going to use standard class, in which situation you are going to use general purpose. So that you should understand. There is one more option, in memory. That is also one of the strategy. So being a solution architect, you should know that when should I use which particular option. Might be you have the knowledge, but do you think I can provide the optimized result? No. So the task of solution architect is providing optimal solution, that to secure high performance cost optimized architecture. And no doubt, being a solution architect, you are going to meet the requirements of current and future business needs. What they are expecting today and even what they are expecting in future. By considering that requirements, you are going to design the architecture. And solution architect is not responsible to only review the new infrastructure, new solutions. Even being a solution architect, let us consider the organization is already migrated to AWS. Now you can review that and provide the solution, like how I can improve the architecture. For example, I'm using one of the EC2 instance T2.micro, but you are working with a huge amount of load. So I can suggest, being a solution architect, instead of T2.micro, I can use T4.large to handle that much of a traffic. This kind of a task can be identified by only solution architects. Oh, now let's move on to the AWS overview. So folks, in every module, you will get this scenario, a day in the life of cloud architect. So now you are a cloud architect in an organization and have been asked to implement a solution in the AWS cloud. As a beginner in AWS, focusing on core services such as computing, storage, database, and networking services, and even more. So now you must set up an AWS account and use the AWS CLI command line interface to interact with the AWS services and resources. Additionally, learn how to securely regulate access to AWS resources using AWS Identity and Access Management Service. To achieve this, you will learn a few concepts in this lesson that will help you to find the solution for given scenario. Now, what are the learning objectives? By the end of this lesson, you will be able to set up AWS setup and AWS account, enabling access to the and utilization of AWS services. Configuring billing alerts to monitor AWS charges for cost control and budget management. Then delegate access using IAM roles to enhance the security and permission management. Then finally, set up and work with the AWS CLI for efficient interaction with AWS services. These are the learning objectives, or even you can call it as outcomes. Once you complete the lessons, you are able to answer the questions based on these topics. Now, how you will define the infrastructure term? Infrastructure is nothing but a combination of software and hardware components. So now in AWS infrastructure, if I talk, the region is first point. So what is region? Region is nothing but a geographical area where your AWS services are available. So this is one region now. Do you know how many regions we have in AWS? It's 38. Like recently AWS is updated one more region. And do you know how many regions we have in India? There are two regions are available. The first one is Mumbai and the second one is Hyderabad. So as you know, that regions are nothing but a geographical area where AWS services are available. Now, one more definition. Region is nothing but collection of two or more availability zones. Why it is two or more? What is the reason? Why not one or more? See, if one goes down, if one fails, like disaster occur for this, so second and third is ready to provide the service. So in simple terms, for high availability, for fault tolerance, for make sure that your data is highly available. So if I talk about the availability zones now, what is availability zones? Availability zones are nothing but collection of one or more data centers. Then what is data center now? Collection of thousands of servers. How many number of availability zones we have? Earlier, before September 1st, it was 117. Now, if I talk about the infrastructure, 120 availability zones we have. So recently launched region name is New Zealand. And let me tell you folks, minimum 2 or more availability zones are always available, and maximum 6 availability zone in North Virginia we have. So what is the distance between these two availability zones? It's 60 miles or 100 kilometer or more. So why they are keeping 100 kilometer or more? To avoid any natural disaster. See, if one of the availability zone affects, if you keep within a 5 kilometers, even that affect to the second also, then there is no use to maintaining the edges within the range. So that is the reason AWS has decided to keep this different availability zone 60 mile or more than 100 kilometers. Always they maintain the distance. Now, in the next slide, you are going to see what I discussed just now here. AWS Infrastructure. As you know that it's a global cloud infrastructure that offers the unmatched security, broad reach, and reliability. As a cloud platform, it features over 200 services supported by data centers worldwide. Now, what is a region? A region is correspondent to geographical area housing the multiple availability zones. Each availability zone comprises one or more separate data centers. As I discussed in the first slide itself, availability zones are nothing but the collection of a data center, each equipped with the sufficient power, network setup, reliable connection within the distinct zones. Right? That is the reason they are maintaining the distance between the two availability zone to maintain these data centers. Now, what benefits I'll get if I'm using this particular AWS infrastructure? AWS will provide a ability to quickly increase or decrease the resources to your application as their requirement, as their need. And even it enables your organization to manage the cost effectively while managing and maintaining the performance and efficiency. This particular feature is beneficial for the organization. They experience a variable workload. Sometimes the traffic is high, sometimes the traffic is low. In that situation, scalability will support more. Now, reliability. AWS has a strong track record. That too, if I talk about the architecture itself designed in a way that to deal with the disruptions, and even it ensure the high availability and continuous functionality. What exactly it means? It means that AWS can provide uninterrupted services even in the event of network failure or any natural disaster. Now, security. In security, you can say that it delivers the high level security through its firewall. Firewalls are nothing but filters which filters your incoming and outgoing traffic. The next, encryption. If I talk about the technical definition for the encryption, encryption is a process where I'm going to convert from plain text to ciphertext. Now, encryption is nothing but doing the encoding and decoding. Encryption is a process from readable form to non-readable form. Readable form to non-readable form. So there are different definition. Finally, the goal is same, but I'm using more simple terms to understand clearly. Now, IAM capabilities. So folks, identity and access management by using the IAM, where you can decide who can access what, that you are going to design by using IAM services. Now, next is performance efficiency. So let me tell you, performance efficiency is one of the key attribute of AWS. It has the ability to run your services efficiently in a cloud platform. It can scale according to the need of your traffic. It can handle a high volume of a traffic without declining a performance. And even it ensures the smoother operation and user can get a best experience. Now, flexibility. So AWS allows the selection of your preferred operating system, programming language, and databases. So now AWS is given this authority to you people. So you can select your operating system. If you want a Windows operating system, you can go for it. Mac, Ubuntu, then Fedora. Which operating system do you want? You can select that. Then programming language. You can go for .NET, Java, Python, Ruby, Rails, and even more different runtime engines are available for us. Now, cost optimization. Cost optimization is all about a pay-as-you-go model. How much you are consuming, based on that, you are going to pay for it. Now, here you can see in AWS infrastructure, we are increasing the agility and decreasing the complexity and risk. Accelerate time to market. Now you can see that right now in the market, there is a trend. Everyone is talking about only one technology in the market right now. AIML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, NLP, natural language processing. So now AWS is also provided some machine learning services, artificial intelligence services, Like we have Sega Maker, Bedrock. These are the services what we are using. So as per the market, what market is expecting, and that too what clients are expecting, AWS is providing a solution to them. Now they are talking about the AML. Now they are talking about the NLP, natural language processing. Now they are talking about the different kind of things. So as per the market trends and as per the client's request, even AWS is providing a solution. Every day AWS is updating. What I got the information just now. Every day AWS is updating itself. Like last week, it was 37, 117 availability zone. Now, September 1st, AWS was released a new region called Newsland, along with the 3 availability zone, total 120. Now, let me tell you folks, the upcoming region, Saudi Arabia, KSA, and the Germany, KSA, Saudi Arabia, they are planning within 2026, they are going to launch the new 2 regions. So every day AWS is updating the infrastructure. AWS is providing a solution to all the customers, not only restricted to particular domain. As per your requirements, now everyone is talking about the AI, ML. We have the services called Bedrock, Sega Maker. So even they are providing a solution in the AWS environment. Now, increase innovation. When someone is managing your infrastructure behalf of you, then you will get the sufficient time to think something innovative. Like what your client is given the requirement. Based on that, you are satisfying the condition as per your client. But what I can add something new where I can make my client happy. So these are the features what I added from my end. So you will get some sufficient time to think something innovative things, because your infrastructure will be managed by someone else. And now being a developer, you can think, then scale seamlessly. What it means, as I clearly specified in the benefits, no need to think about the capacity. When you are expecting high traffic, automatically it will be increased. When you are getting low traffic, automatically it will be decreased. Now, how we are reducing the complexity and risk? First, optimizing cost. As you know that pay as you go model, how much we are consuming, based on that we are going to pay for it. Then minimizing security vulnerabilities by providing a security at different layer. For example, this is at EC2 layer. Now I'll give the security at EC2 level. I'll give the security at subnet level. I'll give the security at VPC level. So there are different layers we have, right? So just for your understanding purpose, just you can take level 1, level 2, level 3. So you can give a security at different layers where you can minimize the vulnerabilities. The final, reduce management complexity. How we are reducing management complexity? As I clearly specified in the first slide itself, there is no user direct involvement. Someone is there to manage your infrastructure behalf of you. So because of that reason, you are going to reduce the management complexity. The management headache will be totally taken by AWS. Let's move on to the next topic called core services. So here we have the variety of services like compute, storage, database, developer tools, IoT, and even analytics, security, networking, management, mobile, enterprise application. First, we have compute. So what exactly the meaning of compute here? So compute service which offer the secure and resizable computing capacity in the cloud, simplifying the web scale computing for developers. So folks, here AWS is provided a secure and resizable computing capacity. That means resizable. How much you want, as per your requirement, you can do the compute task. You can process your data. So this is very much helpful for the developers. Folks, in AWS environment, we are using the term called instance. Some people we call it as VM, virtual machine. Instance, virtual machine, servers, everything is a compute resources. Now, let us consider this is my on-premises server. Okay, and this is my EC2. Let me give one scenario to you people now. You all 52 participants are my network engineers, right? And I don't know anything. I'm your client. I want to design one server. So how you will take up this task? I'm your client. When you go for any of the project, which is the first task? See, the first thing is requirement. What your client is expecting. First, you have to understand. Then you can select, oh yes, hardware, whatever you want. Okay, let me consider requirement first. Then next, what is the next step? How many user you want, which operating system you want, like what are the things, like what are the which operating system. Okay, can I call this entire configuration part? First is okay, requirement, then configuration, then how much time you want. Let's take 1 week. Okay, let us consider my server is ready for 500 people. Now, suddenly there is a huge hike in the traffic. Suddenly I'm getting 1,000 as a users. So what will happen to this particular web server? So the server will crash or slow down or a low latency. So what is the solution? If I take the EC2, launch the instance, select the operating system, select the security, then create an instance. And here you can launch the instance. This is my EC2. So my EC2 is ready within 2 minutes. And folks, when I'm getting the high amount of a traffic, automatically the resources are increased. When I'm getting low traffic, automatically the resources are decreased. So this is totally pay as you go model. How much you are consuming, you are going to pay for this. Elastic Compute Cloud. This is one of the compute service. So now just you create an instance. Here you will provide the operating system, softwares, EBS, security, everything. Now EC2 is ready, right? When I'm getting a huge traffic, automatically the resources are increased. When I'm getting low traffic, automatically the resources are decreased. So which one is the best fit? So what are the key features? It empowers user to control their computing resources. They operate under pay-as-you-go model. How much you're consuming, based on that, you're going to pay for it. It allows the user to boot new server instances within a minute. You can launch your servers within 1 or 2 minutes of a time. They enable quick scaling to meet the changing computing requirements with quick and easy configuration of the service. To meet the quick change of a traffic, there is a concept called auto-scaling group, where multiple EC2 instances are available with the single group. So as per the demand, it deals with the traffic. So what are the different compute services we have? You can see EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, ECR, Elastic Container Registry, ECS, Elastic Compute Service, Elastic Kubernetes Service, Lightsail, Serverless Application Repository, Lambda, Fargate, and even Batch, Elastic Beanstalk. So these all are the AWS Compute Services. Now, okay. So folks, these are the compute related services. Now let me take to the next service called storage services. So folks, what is storage? Can I say that it's a place where I'm going to store the data? So this storage offers a secure, reliable, scalable storage solution for a data in AWS cloud. And that will provide the high efficiency, availability, durability, and performance. So let me tell you folks, there are different types of, and that two popular storage types we have. The first one is object storage. Then second one is file storage. And the third one is block storage. So there is a popular service in object storage called S3, where you are going to create some buckets. S3 is a popular object level storage. So here you can store any kind of a data, and that too unlimited, where you can store images, video, audio, photo, anything, and that too it's a unlimited storage. So what is the main use case here? Especially we are using for backup purpose, log storing purpose, where I can store unlimited data. So this S3 is integrated with many other AWS services, where you can store and retrieve the huge amount of data. Now, if I talk about the a single use case, now file storage. So folks, file storage, here there is a popular service called EFS, Elastic File System, which is scalable shared file storage. So now let me tell you folks, what is EFS? This is EFS, and these all are EC2 instances. So now EFS is shared file storage that can be accessed concurrently from multiple EC2 instances. Because of this reason, this is well suited for the applications which required a shared storage. If you are familiar, let me take where I'm using. For example, I'm using in content management system. Let me take the example of development, right? Let us consider here developer 1, developer 2, developer 3, developer 4 are working for the same software. But this first developer is working on first module, he is working on second module, and he's working on third, and he's working on fourth. And finally, the data will be stored in this shared file system. This is the example for EFS. Now, block storage. Block storage, here the popular service is called EBS, Elastic Block Storage. Right? Folks, it's a persistent block level storage value. So now you can attach this EBS value to EC2 instance. This EBS is suitable for the applications, for example, database, data intensive application, or let us consider if I want to install the operating system. So at that time, I'll install in EBS value. Why? Because here I'll get the low latency, high IO operations, input output operations. So that is the reason I'm going to install my operating system in EBS. Now you can ask, why we can't use with the EFS? See, in this we are not attaching with the EC2, but here we are attaching this elastic block storage. Once I create the EBS, I'm going to attach with this EC2. That is the reason it provides the low latency, high IO performance. So your installation of operating system, database, or what you call some of the low latency applications, at that time you can go with the EBS. What is block? All the data, let us consider this is my storage. So in EBS, all the data will be stored in terms of blocks and no need to modify the entire document. If it is a particular part is there, then you have to modify only that block. AWS will take care about that one. Now, when I'm using this EBS, what are the use cases? Let us consider if I want to install my databases or if I want to install my operating system, at that time, I'll go with EBS, Elastic Block Storage. It allows the user to store, access, and analyze the data to reduce the cost, increase the agility, and accelerate the innovations. Right? So it can be broadly categorized into object storage, file storage, block storage, and even backup and data migration. These are also types, but whenever you want, you can take a backup into the backup services and data migration. If you want to migrate from on-premises to AWS, at that time, you can use the data migration services also. Now, so what are the major services in storage? S3, EFS, Elastic File System, FSX for Windows, Lustre, Elastic Block Storage, then backup, Snow family, transfer family, then data sync, storage gateway. So these are the services which are related to storage now. Next is database, any kind of a data, images, audio, video, photos, anything. Yes, what is database? Place where store the data. Then what is the difference between database and storage now? Now let me give the definition for a database. Database is nothing but collection of related data. It offers the comprehensive selection of purpose to build the database suit for various applications. So AWS is provided a solution for the different requirements. As per your requirement, you can select your databases. Okay. So what is the difference between storage and database? Storage is nothing but a raw place to keep your data, where you are going to keep your data like files, object blocks. But database, organized storage management system with querying capability. So here, the nature of database is you can store structured, unstructured, semi-structured data, right? You can use the schema. You can define the queries, right? You can define the relationship among the objects. That is database. Now, storage is all about just you have to keep the data safe and retrievable. So here, we don't provide any query, relationships, indexes, nothing. So now, folks, these database services are fully managed. So when the term comes fully managed, everything will be taken care by AWS. Even updating, patching, provisioning, everything will be taken care by AWS. No need to worry about these databases. Fully managed in the sense, updating, patching, provisioning, everything will be taken care by only AWS. And this is scalable and highly efficient also. Now, database services, some features. So here it provides the different databases like key value database, in-memory database, graph database, time series database, ledger database. There are different types of databases are available. They support a multi-region. That means more than one region in all the 38 regions. Multi-master replication. That means in all the 38 regions, you can perform read-write operation. That is the replication. And even which offers the control over the data. Now, complete control will be user is managed. User will be taken care by the entire complete infrastructure of a database. And what are the services are available? RDS, Redshift. Ledger is also one of the type of database. DynamoDB, Elastic Cache, QLDB, Neptune, Keyspace, DocumentDB. So these are the different database services which are available in AWS environment. What is networking? Networking is the concept where I am going to establish the connection between two or more devices to share the resources. So now it offers a broad set of networking services that provide the essential security features and robust network solutions. In that, these services isolate the resources. There is a service called VPC. virtual private cloud, which isolate the resources. Let us consider this is Gopinath VPC, this is Santosh VPC, this is Deepthi VPC, and this is Karan VPC. Now, see, no one without Gopinath permission, no one can enter to this VPC. Without Santosh permission, no one can enter to this VPC. Without Deepthi permission, no one can enter to this VPC. Without Karan permission, no one enter can to this VPC. That is the reason we are calling it as a isolated area. VPC is nothing but it's an isolated area. No one can enter without owner permission. Every services will be deployed in the VPC only. So being a owner of that VPC, you are going to decide who can enter, who can not enter. Then encrypting data. So in AWS, folks, AWS supports advanced encryption standard 256 algorithm to encrypt your data. And there is a one more service called KMS, Key Management Service. It's a centralized repository which maintains a cryptographic keys for encryption as well as decryption. Now, AWS provides the private connection to AWS Global Network. So what kind of a private connections, like which connections you are going to call it as a private connection? Is this VPC establishment between the regions? If you want, you can do that. But two, if you want, you can do that. There is a concept called VPC pairing. Like if you want to pair the two VPCs, that is possible. Now, if I want to provide the private connectivity, which connections you are going to call it as a private connection? Can I consider VPN? Can I consider direct connections? Direct connections, then we have site-to-site connections, VPN, direct connect, site-to-site, all are the examples of a private connections. Now, what are the features? It offers the highest network availability with very few downtime hours due to networking issues. And it provides the global coverage of how many regions? 38. And how many availability zones? 120. Now, these are the services in a networking: VPC, Gateway, CloudFront, Route 53, Mesh, Cloud Map. Then we have Direct Connect and VPN connections. So these all are the networking services which are available for us. So there is a page called AWS Infrastructure where you can see all the regions, If you see here, these are the available region: US region, North Virginia, and here Europe, Spain, Zurich, London, Europe. So these dark circles are already available regions, and these are upcoming regions. Now you can see Europe upcoming region, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia upcoming region. And here, if I talk about the India, there are two regions. First one is Mumbai and the second one is Hyderabad. Okay, 38 like regions, 120 availability zones, 700 plus point of presence, 43 local zones and wavelength zones. So local zones are nothing but a single digit, which provide the single digit latency to the customer. So local zones are not available in all the availability zone. Only selected local zones are available. In every region, we don't have a local zone, and wavelength zones are specially designed for 5G purpose. Let's move on to the next topic called account setup. So now, folks, if you want to access the AWS services, first thing is required account. How to access the Gmail account? First, we have to register. For that, first username, first name, middle name, last name, recovery password, mobile number, everything, personal details you will fill. Then you will get the username and password. Now sign up process is only one time. Then you have to log in. So like that, in AWS also, there are two types of account we have. First is root account, and the second one is IAM user account. By default, root account have the access to all the AWS services. Now, IAM user have the access only what you specify the policy. For example, S3, that means you can work with only S3. If you attach IAM policy, then this person can work with only IAM. If you specify RDS, that means this person can specify only RDS. So here you will get a complete control, a more granular permissions you can assign here if it is required. How to create a root account? Same procedure like our Gmail. First name, middle name, last name, password recovery, mobile number, alternate email ID, everything. The only difference is here you have to put debit or credit card details. Now AWS will debit one token amount from your account. So once your account is verified successfully after 24 hours, again that token amount will be credited to your account. if you go to the AWS console, you can create a root account. So within the root account, you are going to create a IAM users. AWS is also given clear input. Don't use your root accounts for day-to-day activity. Why? If something went wrong, if the credentials are compromised, then you are gone. So that is the reason for a day-to-day work, create IAM users, provide the more granular permissions. They can work on that and don't share the credentials with others. Now, like how we are going to perform this creating account. AWS console, just type www.aws console. Then here click on create account, then continue, whether it is personal or business account, provide the personal or company information, accept the agreement and create account and continue. So here it asks for billing information, verified, provide the PIN number, mobile number. Then by default, one basic support plan will be available. It's like a customer care. Now, if you want some advanced plan, you have to pay for that. Once everything done, your account will be activated. If you create an account in AWS console, the account what you create is called free tier account. Free tier account is valid for 12 months. And within this 12 months, you have some services with this free credits like EC2 instance, 750 hours, S3 bucket, 5 GB. After 5 GB, 750 hours, you have to pay the extra amount what you have. This is free tier account. There are 3 types of account we have. The first one is 12 months free tier, always free. There is no restriction, but even we don't get any services here for a free, like what we are getting in 750 hours, 5 GB in free tier, right? Now, the next one is short-term trials. So let us consider Pradeep is one of the developer for one organization called ABC. Now, AWS is released a new service called Bedrock. Pradeep is very interested to see this service, Bedrock. Now, he'll request to AWS, can you give me access to the Bedrock service? I'm a developer. I want to know and understand this service. Okay. AWS will give a response. You can use this Bedrock service for 7 days. So understand the service and let me know if you face any difficulty. So we are calling it as a short-term trial. So for 1 week, Bedrock service will be provided to the customer. Now, let's move on to the AWS Management Console, our lab environment. So now here, once your lab is successfully loaded, you can see sign in link, username and password. Let me tell you the one important thing. So once you enter to your AWS console, you can see some access denied option and all, right? So no need to worry because here in this console, only the services which are related to AWS Solution Architect Associate, these services are enabled. You can't access the other services apart from what we have for our courses, right? And once you enter to your AWS console, the first thing is you have to check in which region you are working. Right now, you can go for North Virginia. Let me tell you the reason why we are selecting North Virginia region. Folks, the reason is this is pre-cooked environment for you people. Only North Virginia region is enabled. Here you can see in this AWS console, all the AWS services. Now let us consider compute. So here EC2, Image Builder, Elastic Beanstalk, Global View, Lambda, Lightsail, all the services are available. Now let me take database, SQL, RDS, the DocumentDB, DynamoDB, Elastic Cache, Key Spaces, MemoryDB. Then networking, gateway, app mesh, cloud map, CloudFront, data transfer, direct connect, global accelerator. Then, okay, networking, storage, backup, EFS, disaster recovery, FSX, recycle bin, S3, Glacier, and even more. So these all are services what we are going to use in AWS environment. So now here you can see search option. If I want to search this specific service called ES3, just type that service name. And here you have to, here you are able to see the services. If you want to bookmark this, just click on this. Now the service is available. If you want to remove from the bookmark list, you can remove this. Okay. Now, after search, here we have Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is nothing but built-in command line interface. If I want to interact with the AWS services by using CLI, at that time, I'll go with Cloud Shell. Okay. Now, next notification, help, support, then settings. This is for regions. And now here you can see. So here you will get the account details for this account. Then organization. If you want to go for multi-account environment, then there is an option called organization. Service quota. That means every services has some limit. For example, IAM users. Within the single root account, you can create up to 5,000 IAM users. So like that, for every service, we have some quota. That is limit. Okay. Then billing and cost management. So let me show you a very important part. Let me tell you, billing is one of the crucial service in every organization. That is the reason no one will get a billing access. Only the respective person who is working on the billing, they'll get the access. But let me explain what are the fields are available in the billing. Now you can see cost summary, month to date cost year, and last month details. Like a current month here, you will get the detailed breakdown for that particular month, how many services are active, in which region, when it was started, when it was end, and how much it was charged. Everything you will get a detailed information. Now, if you see here, there are different tabs are available. Let me take which are very important. Bills. If you click on bills, you are able to see, like if I want to view the bill of last 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, you have to select the year and particular month. Then a bill will be generated for that particular month now. Then payments. Let us consider you want to do the AWS account, like AWS account, you have to pay. Now you have the account code 123 and you want to pay for this. So you can add the payment method here like credit card, debit card, and UPI payment using the Google Pay, Phone Pay. Also, you can pay your AWS bills. Then credits. So folks, credits are nothing but which is provided by AWS. Like for a free tier account, 750 hours for EC2 and 5 GB for ES3. So how much it is remaining, everything you'll get the details in a credit option. And whenever you're using any of the services, you will get the purchase order. Cost Explorer. When you click on Cost Explorer, you will get the detailed information. If you want to optimize the cost, then Cost Explorer is a tool where you can go for it. So this is for total cost, average monthly cost, service count, how many services you are using. And here, it's like a dashboard. It's like a dashboard, a systematic graphical representation will be provided, which if you select any of the particular month service, here a detailed graph will be provided for which service, how much it is utilized, in which duration, everything you will get the detailed information. And here cost and usage breakdown. And even you can download this as a CSV file, Excel file. Now, when which service, in which region, when it was started, when it was end, and what are the charges. Even you can download the Excel sheet. So this is all about the Cost Explorer, folks, and this is all about the billing part. So why we want billing? So billing is the tool where you are going to pay your AWS bills. So where you can organize and report your cost and usage by using AWS Cost Explorer. Then you can manage the consolidated billing for the member of AWS organization. There is a service called AWS Organization where you can manage a multi-account environment. Here you can manage a consolidated billing. Let us consider this is ABC account. Here we have a different employees and you will get a consolidated billing within the ABC. So these are the accounts and these are the charges. I'm not sure, but there is a one telecommunication industry which provides one plan, one family. I think it's Airtel, right? Only one bill will be provided for entire family. So like that here also for ABC organization, I can do the consolidated billing where every users along with the cost you can see here. So as I discussed just now, all the tabs, these are the features which just now what I discussed in the console. Managing AWS account where you can view the bills, you can manage the payments, Google Pay, cards, everything. You can manage the purchasing orders. Then you can manage the cost by using the cost categories. Then you can manage the payment profile. Then a consolidating, like consolidating billing organization. Let us consider this is ABC and here are the employees. In an organization, there are multiple employees we have and every account is charged and you will get the consolidated bill for that. Now, there is something called AWS Support. Do you think these support people are like a customer care people? It's a technical support. These people are technical people. That too, they are well qualified, well trained, who is going to provide a solution to you people. So now AWS supports provide the variety of plans to access the tools, right? And even expertise to support the success and operational health of AWS resources. So always 24/7 access to the customer service. If customer is not ready to accept the answer, they'll provide some documentation documentation, technical paper, and even support forms. Now, here we can see there are different plans. We have developer, business, enterprise on-ramp, enterprise. And these are the scenario, like what are the advisory best practices to check, like technical support, then case severity, then programmatic case management, then proactive programs and self-services, like AWS managed services, training, pricing. So pricing is also different in every model. So here the different plans are given based on your workload, how you are going to understand. Like if I consider our Geo mobiles, once you complete 50% of a data, you will get the notification. Once you complete 90% of a data, you will get a notification. You are completed this much of a data. Now here in AWS also, you can set. Let us consider this is my EC2. This is my EC2, a compute service, putting the threshold value. If my EC2 crosses $200, then it should be notified to the Kiran. Kiran is a user. So once my EC2 crosses $200, I'm going to set the alert. The EC2 CPU utilization this. Now when it is crosses, a user will be informed by using email. So now you can see here AWS Billing Alerts, which allows user to monitor the charges on their bills. So now user can set up an alert to receive email notification when the estimated charges reaches to the specific threshold value. Once it crosses the $200, your EC2 instance. So through email, it will be informed to Kiran. Hey Kiran, your EC2 is successfully crosses $200. Take some proper action. You can specify the action. If you want to do the automation, once it crosses the $200, whether my EC2 should be stopped or terminated, you can do that one also. So how to set these billing alerts? Go to AWS Billing Console here. And once you'll get the billing dashboard. So at the left side here, we have the billing preferences. So click on receiving billing alerts and save the preferences. Once you add this email ID, you will get the notification. So this is all about the billing alerts. So now how you will define delegate. Let me take one simple example. Now the class is a live session is going on. So I'm a trainer. I'm taking this session. Right. So what I'll do now, I'll inform to Vishwanathan. Okay. So being a trainer, I'm busy in taking the session. I'm continuously busy in taking the session. What I'll do now, I'll delegate my authority to Vishwanathan. Hey, Vishwanathan, can you take attendance for today's session? I'm busy. Can you take the attendance? So Vishwanath is ready. Sir, sure, I'll take the attendance. So what I did just now, I delegated my authority to Vishwanathan. Suddenly, Shane will come into the picture. I'll take the attendance. Do you think Shane is the right person to take the attendance now in this scenario? No, because I have not delegated the authority to Shane. I have given the authority to only Vishwanathan. Now, delegate access to the billing console. So now you know that AWS account owners can delegate access to specific IAM user that need to access or manage the AWS billing and cost management data for AWS accounts. So now, as I discussed, billing is one of the crucial service, right? So now everyone don't have that billing access. So now you are going to delegate this billing access to IAM user. Let us consider this is your ABC organization. Here we have admin. Preeti is admin. So now folks, in this company, we have 100 people. Do you think this 100 employee work can be performed by only one employee, that is Preeti? Is it possible? No. That is the reason we have delegation. Even every user have the responsibility. So that is the reason here we have Vishwanathan. Then we have Jidnesh. Then we have Nupur. Okay, next we have Kiran. So now Preeti is administrator. Now being a administrative account, or let us consider she is having access of root account, and now she is delegating authority to others. Vishwanath can perform S3, Jidesh can perform KMS, Nupur can perform EC2 task, and Kiran can perform billing task. So here we are attaching some policies, like we are giving the authority to Vishwanathan. Preeti can access all the AWS services because it's a root account. Now Vishwanathan can access S3. Vishwanath can't access KMS or EC2 or billing, only S3. Same thing, Jidesh can't access S3, EC2 or billing, right? So even Kiran can't access S3, KMS or EC2. Kiran is responsible for only billing. So domain, what they are provided to this employee, they can work on only that place. How to delegate the authority to this Kiran user. So there are 4 steps. The first one is you have to enable the access. Enable in the sense, for billing, IAM user and role should be accessed. First, you have to enable. Then create a policy. Now, no need to create a policy. Already, policy is defined by AWS. We are calling it as a managed policies. Already policies available. Now, who is user? Kiran. Just attach this policy to Kiran. Now check by using the IAM user credentials. You can check. You can test the access by using the separate username and password. You can access the resources. Let me show you. Okay, just you have to go to the IAM user. IAM. So this is my IAM dashboard. So now let me create a IAM user. So who is responsible for billing now in our scenario in ABC organization? Vishwanathan, Preeti, Nupur, Jitnesh, Kiran. Okay, let me consider as Kiran. Okay, now folks, it asks, do you want to provide access to AWS console? Yes. And do you want to use auto-generated password? No, I want to use custom password. Let me give the name called Kiran at 123. Now, user must create a new password in next sign in. Do you want to give the authority to Kiran to change the password? No. Let's click on next. Attach a policy directly. So folks, which policy do you want to attach? Billing. Just type billing. So folks, no need to create. It's already available. Select this and click on next. Right. So now review it. And once I'll create a user, you will get the error. Like here, user is created, but with few errors. Let me show you. Kiran user is created with few errors. See, if I don't have authority to access the billing information, then how I can assign this policy to someone else? See, user is created, but with few errors. You don't have authorized permission to attach the policy. So here you can say Kiran user and password. Just now the user is created. Let me open another browser. So let me copy the password. So now you can see this is account ID and the username is Kiran and the password is Kiran at 123. Once I click on sign in, the user successfully signed into the account. Can you see this? The username. Now I successfully logged in by using the Kiran as a user. And if you go for billing service, even Kiran is also not able to access the information. Let me show you that one. First, if you want to enable, first step is here, account section. Here, IAM users roles. Access the billing information, you have to enable. Once you enable, then create a user, attach a policy, then access, check it out. Just now what we are completed, 4 steps. Activated billing access, we are not created. We are using the managed policies, which is defined by AWS. Then attached to the Kiran, then tested access by using the username and credentials, password. So now there is a concept called IAM roles. Just now I discussed with you people regarding IAM users. Now there is a concept called roles. How we are delegating authority using roles. Let me tell you folks, these roles are temporary in a nature. Why we are calling it as temporary? What is the reason? Because these roles are active from 1 hour to up to maximum 12 hours. Not more than that. Now, AWS account owner can use a role to delegate access to the resources in a different account called production and development. So one of the best use case of role is cross account access. Now let me explain what exactly the role by taking one simple analogy. I hope everyone is familiar with the Spider-Man. Actually, Spider-Man is a normal person. When the problem occurs, he'll become a Spider-Man. Once the problem is rectified, again he's going to become a normal person. Like he's not going to work as Spider-Man for 24/7. So can I say that the Spider-Man is a temporary role, folks? Let us consider production and development. Now I have production environment in 123 account, and there is another account called 456 in development. Here in production, we have Prem is working. Prem is working in production. In development environment, Pradeep is working. Prem and Pradeep are very good friends. And now here we have an RDS database where in development environment. Now Prem suddenly asked to Pradeep, hey Pradeep, can you share your credentials? I want to access the RDS of development environment. No, it's against the policies, right? So what he'll do, Pradeep will inform, hey Prem, instead of that, I can do one thing. I can create a role for you. And what you want, which access you want, I'll provide a RDS full access. And this role should be assumed to Prem. And that too, this is for 2 hours. Now, after assuming this role to Prem, Prem can access the RDS database. This role is active for only 2 hours. Once the task is completed, again, he is going to work as a production employee. Now, here you can see the steps. First, you have to create a role, grant the access, and test the access. Let me show you the same thing in the console. How we are delegating authority. Now, if you see here, there is an option called create a role. Let me create a role. Now, see, you can create a role for account also. You can create a role for service also. Now, let me create a role for EC2. And now, click on next. So, which permission do you want to provide? Okay, let me give the scenario. Here, this is my EC2 and this is my S3 bucket. If I want to access this EC2 should access S3 bucket, at that time, I have to create a role. So role is S3 full access. And this should be assumed to EC2. Then only EC2 can access the S3 bucket. So now, folks, I am using EC2 service. Then click on next. For which permission do you want to give? Select S3 full access. Click on next. And the role name is demo06. Click on role. And let me show you demo06 role is successfully created. Here you can see the name role demo06 is available for me. Folks, maximum session duration from 1 hour to 12 hours. And even if you go for custom duration also, you can provide in terms of minutes. But maximum is 12 hours, not more than that. So this is the way how you are going to edit the roles. So as I discussed, folks, these are the 3 steps. First, creating the role, then granting the access to the role, like what I assigned. Then you can test the access by using a different account. IAM, Identity and Access Management. IAM is a service which provides access control to AWS resources. In simple terms, you can say that who can access what, which provides access control to AWS resources. Now, AWS Identity and Access Management is a web service that enables users to securely regulate access to AWS resources. Now, it enables user to securely regulate access to AWS resources. So in the secure manner, how you are going to access the AWS resources based on the permissions. Let us consider Shivendra is using S3. So why is he using S3? Because I have attached the policy. Divakar is using EC2. Because why? Again, we are attaching the policy. So based on the permissions and policies, we are going to access the resources, right? And now, IAM helps determining the authentication, that is signed in, and authorization permission to user to utilize the resources. Now, authentication. If I take the example of online banking, first username, password, then CAPTCHA, OTP, then submit. Once you submit this, all the information will be validated. If everything fine, then only you will be signed in. It's nothing but authentication. Then only you will be redirected to online banking dashboard, right? This is nothing but authentication. Now, what is authorization? Everyone is familiar with the online banking dashboard. Here, my online banking dashboard is available where you can check the balance. You can take the statement of 3 months or 4 months. Then you can add the beneficiary. You can change the password. You can change the transaction password. Even you can do the deposit and everything like some investment. Now, here we have the option called balance. Is it possible to modify the balance? Modification of a balance is not possible. That is nothing but permissions. Authorization is nothing but permissions. What are the permissions? You have to perform the task. You can change the password. You can get the statements. Then you can add the beneficiary. You can change the password, transaction password. These are the permissions you have. But you don't have a permission to modify your balance. That is nothing but permissions, authorization. Now, some of the features of IAM. So shared access to AWS account. User can authorize others to administrator and utilize the resources in their account without sharing their password or access key. So what we are created, I think we have created a user called Kiran, because I have not shared my credentials to that user, but I created a one user with separate username and password. And here granular permission. So assign a multiple permission, a various permission to the multiple user for a different resources based on workload. So there is a concept of principle of least privilege. That means the required policy, if he is working on S3, only assign S3. Hey, I know Kiran is my best friend. I'll assign all the policies, which is not best practice. Now securely access to AWS resources. By using this IAM feature, you are going to access the applications which is running on EC2 instances. MFA, OTP, there are multiple methods we have. You will get the OTP on registered mobile number on a specific application like Google Auth. Google Auth is one of the application where you will get the OTPs. Identity federation. For identity federation, let me take one simple example. See, this is your AWS cloud and here IDP, identity provider. Now, here we have third-party user. Now, this AWS cloud belongs to AWS ABC company. Now, if third-party user want to access the AWS resources, at that time, he should verify by the identity provider. Let us consider this user having the credentials with the Gmail or a Facebook.com. So now using the Gmail and Facebook, I want to access the AWS resources. At that time, IDP is responsible to authorize the user. Once the user is authorized, then only he or she can access the AWS resources. Not only organization people, even outside, a third-party user also can access the AWS resources. If you don't have AWS account, you can use Gmail or Facebook account and IDP, identity provider, who is going to authorize the user. Once the user is authorized, then only you can access the AWS resources. There is a service called CloudTrail. CloudTrail is a service which tracks each and every API activity in the AWS environment. Who is doing the task? What are the results? Right? When the user is performing the task, everything you will get the detailed information by using CloudTrail service. Now, this IAM is compatible with PCI DSS standard, that is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. And IAM is integrated with many other AWS services. So always the performance is consistent. Why? Because it distributed across the multiple global data center. IAM is a free service. Which services are going to be involved to execute this task? For that, you are going to pay for it. There is one more service called STS, Security Token Service. The Security Token Service is responsible to provide temporary credentials to the roles. Okay, so STS, Security Token Services, is also one of the feature in the AWS account, which provides the temporary credentials to the AWS IAM roles. Now, how I can access this IAM? By using AWS Management Console, then command line interface, then SDK and HTTP. IAM HTTP's API. So let me tell you folks, these two options are used by solution architects, and these two options majorly used by developers. How I was created a user called Kiran. So once the Kiran user is created, you are able to get a login by using the separate credentials. So IAM users are the users within the account, not separate accounts. Each user can have the password to access the AWS Management Console. So what I created a user like Kiran. So by using the Kiran and Kiran at 123, by using the username and password, I logged in. So these IAM accounts are not separate accounts. So these are the accounts within the root account. So let me tell you folks, in the root account, you can create up to 5,000 IAM users. Now, as I taken the example, Santosh, Kiran, Anupur, then Prem, then Anand, who is responsible for what? He's going to work for KMS, EC2, S3, then RDS, then finally Kiran is going to work with the billing. Like that, what I taken the example. So this is all about the IAM. Let's move on to the next point, CLI, command line interface. Again, cloud. If I want to interact with the AWS services by using commands, at that time, I'm using CLI. So there are two methods we have. The first one is install CLI in your local machine, in your laptop. And the second one, in this AWS console, after search bar, there is an option here. The name is called Cloud Shell. So Cloud Shell is built-in command line interface, which is provided by AWS. There are two methods. You can install CLI on your local machine, on laptop, then Cloud Shell. By using the built-in command line interface, you can use this one. So command line interface is an open source tool that allows user to communicate with AWS services using command in their command line shell. So if I want to interact with the AWS services by using commands, at that time I'll use CLI. How to set up a CLI in my AWS console? Just type AWS configure and provide the access key and secret key. Once you provide the access key and secret key, if you want to programmatically access AWS resources, at that time we require access key and secret key. Region name, you can, if you are working in North Virginia, you can specify as North Virginia. Then default format, always default format will be JSON. If you want to change to text or a paragraph, it's up to you. If you want to change, you can work on that. So this particular slide is not for you people. If you are already user of a CLI, so you have to just copy that particular file from the library and paste it in the tab. This is not required for you people. Now you can see I was created a user called Kiran, and now the user is called Frame. So how to generate access key and secret key? Here we have the option called security credentials. If you want to enable MFA for your account, you can enable here. If you want to generate the access keys, you can create a here. Let me create an access key. So for what purpose you are using? These are the different multiple use cases. Now, for what purpose we are using? I'm using for command line interface. Then confirm it. Next, description, blah, 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 blah. Next, let me create the access key. When I click on access key, you will get very important message. This is the time only that the secret key access key can be viewed or downloaded. You cannot recover it later. However, you can create a new access key at any time. So now you can see Frame access keys are successfully downloaded in my local system. So now let me go to the Cloud Shell. What is the command we are using? AWS. When you type AWS configure, it asks for access key and secret key. This is my access key, copied, pasted. This is my secret key, pasted. Okay, enter. So default region name, I'll keep blank right now. And the output format, I'll keep blank. So folks, here I'm successfully logged in with Frame IAM credentials. That means what are the permission Frame have? So Frame can perform all the tasks. If Frame don't have any authority, like Frame don't have to access the S3 bucket, then you will get a clear message here. You are not authorized to perform this task. By doing this, you are going to work with the CLI by using access keys and secret. Here, this is the first method. So what about the second method? AWS CLI install. Now, here is the option. Installing and updating the latest AWS CLI. Which operating system do you have? Linux, Mac, Windows. Select the OS. And here you will get all the systematic steps they are given. And you can follow and install a CLI on your local machine in your laptop. Let us start with compute and related features. So as you know that in every session, you will get a scenario, a day in the life of cloud architect. Now, you are a cloud architect for an IT company with multiple cloud-based applications. The organization has encountered routing challenges that have resulted in a significant financial losses. Hence, you have been asked to ensure that such issues are proactively prevented in the future. By the end of this lesson, you will have a concise understanding of crafting routing requests, creating EMI images, Amazon machine image, and exploring the types of load balancer. So now what are the learning objectives? By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create an AMI, Amazon machine images, for fast deployment. Launch and connect to a Windows instance to enable disaster recovery. Deploy various load balancer to improve scalability. Create a routing request in application load balancer to enable path-based routing. So these are the learning objectives. Now, what is EC2? So in the previous session also, I was discussed about the Elastic Compute Cloud, EC2. It's a virtual machine. So actually, EC2 here, let us consider we have user, right? So now a user is taking one virtual machine on a rent, where in AWS environment, right? So EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, is a web service that provides a scalable compute capacity in the AWS cloud. So now, as you know that in the previous session, I was discussed about the compute. Compute is all about processing, where you can process your scalable data. Like sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. As per your user requirement, you are going to process the data. Now, what exactly this compute here? So you are being a user, you are taking one machine on a rent in the AWS cloud. And how many hours, how many minutes, how many seconds you are using, based on that, you are going to pay for it. That is pay as you go model. Now, what are the benefits I'll get if I'm using EC2 instances? First, EC2 increase or decrease the storage capacity in a minute. So now there is a concept called autoscaling. Okay, we are talking about storage, right? When I am expecting a huge amount for my application, this is my application which is available in a server, right? So now EC2 will increase or decrease the storage capacity in a minute. When my EC2 is expecting some high traffic for the applications, automatically the storage capacity will be increased. When I'm expecting low traffic for my application, automatically the storage capacity is also decreased. And it launches thousands of server instances simultaneously. Here we have the concept called auto-scaling group. So what is auto-scaling group? Here, a multiple EC2 instances you can launch within a single minute. And the concept is called auto-scaling groups. Now, flexible cloud hosting service. So now you can launch the numerous operating system, instance types, and software in a minute. Numerous operating system means, like if you want a Windows operating system, Mac operating system, Linux operating system, Fedora operating system, which one you want, you can select as per your requirement. Instance type, like here we have general purpose instances, then storage optimized instances. There are different instances we have. Now software in a minute. Even if you want to install any software in the EC2 instances, that you can perform within a minute. So folks, in the previous session, I hope everyone remember, I was taking the comparison between your on-premises server and a EC2 machine, where being a network engineers, where everyone is very excited to choose a different configuration, right? So like that, in EC2 also, you have the authority to select a configuration. What type of a memory you are going to use, what type of CPU, which CPU you are going to use, what type of instance storage do you want to use, and what about the boot partition size, which is best for your application and operating system. Even if you go for your on-premises server also, if you want to install your operating system, you will create some partitions. So like that, here also, if you want to make that kind of a partition, that is also possible. Now, AWS integration. Now this EC2 is integrated with many other AWS services like S3. So S3 is what type of a service, folks? Storage, RDS, database. So now this EC2 is integrated with S3, RDS, SPS, and even more services. Now, folks, reliability and security. Now, EC2 provides a highly reliable environment where the replacement of instances can be quickly and consistently deployed. See, replacement of instances can be quickly and consistently. There is a concept what I discussed, auto-scaling group. Let us consider here I have 4 instances. If one of the instances is unhealthy, at that time, AWS will automatically replace this unhealthy instance with the newer. And that too consistently it will be deployed without any downtime. Now, user can easily create a secure and robust network to run their EC2 instances using the virtual private cloud. Now, all the services you are deploying in the EC2. Let us consider EC2, RDS, S3, everything you're deploying in this area. So that's why we are creating a secure and robust network, whether you are deploying EC2, RDS, or anything into this virtual private cloud. Now, low cost. AWS charges user in seconds. They only pay for what you use. The rates are lower than existing on-premises infrastructure. How on-premises server? Being a network engineer, you have taken the suggestions, right? So finally, we are concluded with EC2 is the best solution. Then here you will get the complete control on your instances, right? Even you have access for the root to all the instances. So now user can use APIs, which is already designed by the AWS. If I want to stop the EC2, if I want to start the EC2, and even if I want to maintain a data in the storage, and again, if I want to come back, it should start from the same state. There is a concept called hibernation. Even if you want to store a data, and again, when you start it back, resume it back, again, it should start from the same position where you have left. That is also possible with the hibernation concept. So the thing is, every operation, whether it is stop, terminate, hibernation, or start, anything, everything is happened by using the API, which is already created by AWS. right? So these are the benefits of EC2. Let's move on to the next topic. So now we have the topic called EC2 storage. How this EC2 can use with the different storage types. So here you can see I have the EC2 different storage option. First one is EBS, Instant Store, EFS, and S3 with EC2. So let me tell you folks, first I'll take up this explanation for the different storages, how we are using with EC2. After that, I'll do the comparison. As you know that there are different options are available. The first one is EBS, Elastic Block Level Storage. This is my EC2. This is my EC2 and this is my Elastic Block Storage, EBS storage, right? So as you know that folks, EBS is a block level persistent storage. Now it allows user to create a EBS volume, then attach this EBS volume to EC2 instance. So now this EBS, which provides a durability and data persistence. So because of that reason, this is suitable for if I want to store some critical data. At that time, go with EBS. Let us consider if I want to deal with the database, go with EBS. And the very important, if you want to install your operating system, go with EBS because this EBS volume is connected with the EC2 and that too, here it provides low latency communication. Latency in the sense delay and high IO operations. So this is for EBS now. Now what about the instance store? So folks, let me take one simple analogy called RAM. This one, if I talk about the analogy, let me take SSD, right? So now folks, RAM, as you know that RAM is a temporary storage. It, like here also instant store is temporary storage option, which is provided by EC2 and it provides high IO performance. So that because of this reason, this is best suited for temporary data. So caching is the best example. If you want to go for caching purpose, at that time you can go with instant store. Now let me take one scenario. Let us consider Vimal Singh is using one desktop system. He's working on abc.docx. There is no backup for this system and suddenly power cut off and the document is also not saved. What will happen? Data lost. So whatever you have the data in the instant store, in the RAM, everything will be lost. It's not recoverable. Now same scenario, let us consider Vimal Singh is already, the document is stored. Now, when it is not stored, it's available in the instant store. When the document is already stored, then it's available in EBS. So now there is a sudden power cutoff. Is it possible to retrieve the document? After saving the document, is it possible to retrieve? Yes, because the data is stored in a persistent storage. Persistent in the sense, it's like a secondary storage service, like SSD. That is the reason you can again retrieve the particular document. So this is the comparison also with the EPC, EBS, EC2. Now, EFS. EFS is a scalable managed storage service. And here, these are multiple EC2 instances, right? First, second, third, and fourth. So now you can mount with the multiple EC2 instances. Now you can see this EFS file system where I'm going to work with the multiple EC2 instances. So because of that reason, it makes us suitable for the application which requires shared access to the file across the instances. Now, if I talk about the use cases, the first one is, let me take content management system, CMS, right? Let me take, okay, development testing environment. Now let us consider the development environment where the multiple developers are working from a different EC2. And finally, the software will be stored in this EFS. This first developer is working on first module, second is working on second, third, fourth. And finally, the results are going to be stored in this EFS file system, which is a shared file system. Let us consider for a social media, for a one person, multiple EC2 instances are maintaining some data like personal information, then a professional information, then activities, then comments. Multiple servers like multiple EC2 instances are going to be maintain a data within a single shared file system. Now, S3, as you know that S3 is a simple storage service, right? So now this is my S3 bucket, right? And this is my EC2. As you know that S3 is unlimited storage. You can store any kind of a data. Either it is images, audio, video, photos, anything. Now, but S3 is not directly attached to the EC2. But now this EC2 can store the data and retrieve the data by using HTTP APIs. Now your EC2 is not attached with S3, but your EC2 can store a data and retrieve the data by using the HTTP APIs. So S3, you are not going to connect your EC2 to S3 directly. But if you want to store a data in S3, if you want to retrieve the data from S3 at that time, you are using HTTP APIs. Now, what about the use cases? So folks, let us consider if I want to take a backup for longer time, if I want to do archiving for a longer duration, at that time, we are going to use a S3 with the EC2 option. Let us consider if I want to take a backup archiving purpose, at that time I can go with S3. So these are the different types of storage which is available with EC2. Now let me take the difference between these storage classes. EBS is what kind of a storage? Block level storage, and this is ephemeral, means temporary block storage. Next, what about the EFS? File storage. Then what about this? S3, object level storage. Next, if I talk about the capacity, see here the capacity will be up to 64 TB. Then here it depends on the instance type. Your instance store will be depend on instance type. This is unlimited. And here also it's unlimited. Right? And now here this is persistent storage. This is persistent. What about this? Non-persistent. This is also persistent. And the fourth, this is also persistent. Now, how many EC2 I can attach here? Single. What about this? Here also single. And what about this? Multiple. And what about this? Yes, it accesses through using HTTP APIs, which is created by AWS. Now, the final difference, let me take with the use cases. So I can use for, okay, if I want to install operating system databases, at that time I can go with this. What about this? Caching. Next, EFS, shared files. Where you want shared data, at that time you can go like CMS, social media, development environment, and even more. Next, can I go for backup? Can I go for archival? Can I go for web applications? Can I go for big data, folks? I'm talking about the S3. Can I go for web application? Can I go for big data? There are a lot of applications we have for S3. If I talk about the pricing model, so here pay per provision size. And here this is related to instance type. And if I talk about the file storage, pay per usage, that means how much storage you are using and what is the throughput of that. And here for object level storage, we have a different storage classes. How many days you are storing a data, and that too in a which storage class you are going to pay for it, right? So it's all about the storage request and how much you are utilizing that. Based on that, you are going to pay for S3 with EC2. So this is all about differences between the different storage classes and the explanation of everything. Let's move on to the next topic called instance types. There are different types of instances are available for us, like a general purpose instance, compute optimized instance, memory optimized, then accelerated computing and storage optimized. So now you can see there are different types of instances with when should I use which instance type, right? What are the use cases and what are the different instance families are available. Now, the first one is general purpose instance. General purpose instance. As you know that instances are virtual server in an AWS cloud. So now this EC2 offers various instance types, which allowing to select your CPU, memory, usage, and even networking, which is required to run your application. So now folks, these general purpose instances are very much useful to design the web server, code repositories that require these resources in equal parts. Now you can see here we have the example of instance type like T4G. This one. T stands for general purpose now. that to a general purpose bus stable performance. This is processor version 4, and G is nothing but Graviton processor. So let me tell you folks, AWS supports three different types of processes. First A, second G, and the third one is I. A stands for AMD, G stands for Graviton, and I stands for Intel. Recently, AWS has added the one more processor. G is Graviton. First AMD, G Graviton, I Intel. Like last month, AWS has added one more processor called B200, which is accelerated by NVIDIA Blackwell GPU. Now, the next one is compute optimized instances. So now compute optimized instances are suitable for compute intensive applications that benefits for high performance processor. Now, when should I use this? Let us consider I am dealing with batch processing workloads where I have a huge amount of data, then dedicated gaming servers, scientific ad server engines, and scientific modeling, and so on. So now C7G, that means compute optimized. 7 is processor generation, Graviton processor. C6I, 6 processor, Intel. So where you don't have the processor, you can use any type of the processor. Memory optimized instances. Memory optimized instances are intended to provide a rapid performance for a workload that processes for large data set in the memory. So where you are going to process the large data set, like a databases, like electronic design automation workload, real-time analytics. So folks, any example for real-time analytics? Can I consider stock market? So stock market or a trading platform are the best example for real-time analytics. Now real-time caching servers. Folks, can I consider live streaming like YouTube Live, Facebook Live, where catches the content to the users? And here is the option R5A. So R is nothing but a specific memory optimized instance type with the 5th processor generation with AMD processor. So always, every time you have a size here. The size might be a small, medium, or large, or 2x large, 3x large. It depends. There are different instance types are available. Now, the next, accelerated computing instance. So accelerated computing instances use hardware accelerator or a co-processor to execute the task more effectively than software which is running on CPU from 2005 to 2010. If my processor was not supporting high definition games, like I was trying to add something to my laptop or a desktop system, especially I'm talking from 2005 to 2010, where the processor will not support some high definition graphics card. So folks, can I call this graphics card is like a co-processor in that system? So now here also, it acts like a co-processor to execute your task effectively then, which is running on CPU. Now for which task you can use? I can use for floating point number calculation, graphics processing, data pattern matching, and even so on. Right? So here we have P4, accelerated computing with the 4th generation you can use. Nowadays, NVIDIA has provided a separate processor for that. Now, yeah, one more thing, G4DN. So now G4DN. So G for graphic intensive with the fourth processor generation. And here this indicate the specific option, and this is additional capability with Intel or AMD or any kind of a processor. Now, storage optimized instances. Storage optimized instances are designed to provide the application with tens of thousands of low latency random IO operations per second. Now, what kind of a workload you are going to consider? Let us consider when I have the high sequential read-write access to the large data sets on a local storage. Any specific example, folks, for this? Where you are performing sequential read-write access from the large data set, and that too which is available in a local storage. IRCTC, in-memory DB, stock market prices, online banking. Now you can see there is a storage thing here. This is my instance family. C7GN, this entire we are calling it as an instance family. C is nothing but series. This 7 is nothing but generation, and these are the options. These are the additional capabilities. This entire thing we are calling it as an instance family. And this is size. And this entire total family along with the instance size, we are calling it as an instance type. Now, C for compute everything, the all abbreviations are given. C, D, E, F, G, H, everything. And here you can see AMD, NVIDIA B200, Graviton, and Intel processor, right? These are the different processor which are available for us. Let's move on to the next topic called AMI, Amazon Machine Image, AMI, which contains the information about the EC2 instance, what you are going to be launched. Now, what kind of information? Like which operating system you are using, then which elastic block storage you are using, which instance type you are using, right? Which security groups you are using. Everything you will get the detailed information in this template, right? So now, folks, by using the same AMI, if I launch one EC2 instance, so the configuration will, what you define, it's available. Now, is it possible, like if I use the same template, if I launch the multiple EC2, so the configuration of the EC2 will be same or different? Same, because what you have the template here, if you are using the same template to launch your EC2 instance, if you use for multiple EC2, the configuration will be same. If you want different, then you have to create a separate template for that. For example, for Windows is different, for Mac is different, for Ubuntu is different. Like this, you can create. So AMI is a virtual instance that includes templates for the root value of your instances, even which consist of launch permission to control the AMI launch instances, and even a block device mapping for the specific value which are attached to this particular EC2 instances, right? So now here we have one simple diagram. So now you can see, if you want to create a AMI, within the AMI, you have to use the EBS also, EBS snapshot. Snapshots are nothing but the backup, right? So when you try to create AMI, so first you have to register this, and by using this AMI, you can launch a EC2 instance. That means you can create a EC2 instance by using the same AMI. You can copy this AMI from one region to another region. Let us consider now, if you're not using that AMI, then you can deregister or delete that AMI. That is also fine. How we are going to create a AMI? What are the methods we have? There are three methods. The first one is private, and the second one is specific AWS account, and the third, public, right? Let us consider private. Private in the sense, when the users, let us consider the Pradeep is created one AMI. So this AMI will be used by only Pradeep, because he created that AMI which is available in a private, right? No one can access this AMI. That's why we are calling it as private. Now, specific AWS account. Let us consider Pradeep is created one AMI and he want to share with this specific account. Let us consider Gagandeep is available with the 456 account and Pradeep is available with 123 account. If you want to share with this specific account, you can go with specific AWS account option. Now, if you want to publicly share your AMI where anyone can buy and sell the AMI, there is a place called AWS Marketplace. So let me tell you, folks, AWS Marketplace is the place where you can buy and sell AMI. It's like a OLX. But here, AWS Marketplace is the place where you can buy and sell the AMI. So who all are there? Like community members, some third-party users, some of the AWS experts, community members, right? And even a third-party users, and even you also available here. So you can create your own AMI and you can sell. That is also possible in the AWS Marketplace. So first is private, then specific AWS account, then public. Now let me show you the first lab of your AWS Solution Architect Associate course. So here, launch instance, and the name is, let me give the name called demo server. Okay. Now here you can see AMI, Amazon Machine Images. Here we have for Linux, Mac, Ubuntu, Windows, Red Hat, SUSE, Debian. Just now, I click on this launch instance option. No any other steps. Folks, let me give demo server. You can provide any name. Here you can see AMI, Amazon Machine Images, right? Linux, and even more. So if you want to go for more AMIs, then click on browse more AMI. You can see quick start AMI 45. My AMI is 0 because I have not created any AMI here. That is the reason it's 0. AWS Marketplace 6,838 AMI. some of the AWS and third-party trusted AMIs, community AMIs, published by anyone, 500 AMIs. So here is the place where you can buy and sell your AMIs, right? Now let me go back. Okay. Now click on launch instance and here provide the name called demo server. Okay. So now folks, if you see here in the AMI list, there are multiple AMIs are available in Amazon, but for practice purpose, only Linux 2023 kernel 6.1 AMI is available, where you can see entire thing, 64-bit architecture, AMI ID, then virtualization HVM, ANME enabled, and root devices EBS, Elastic Block Storage, which is attached to this AMI. Now, let me select this free tier eligible. Here you can see the architecture. So there are two options are available, x86 64-bit x86 and ARM processor. So now I'll go with x86 architecture. There are different types of instance type. What I completed before AMI, the topic T3.micro, T2.micro. Are you able to see this? T2.large, T3.micro, everything, the different types of instance types are available. General purpose, compute purpose, accelerated computing, storage, compute optimized, everything, all the instance types are available. Right? So let me tell you one more thing. Even if the instance type is same for a different operating system, the charges will be different. Now you can see for T2.micro, T2 family, 1 virtual CPU, 1 GB of a memory, current generation is 2. For Windows, 0.0162 USD per hour. Ubuntu is different. Then SUSE is different. Linux-based pricing is totally different. So like this, for every operating system, the different pricing will be there, right? And the very important, folks, always you have to use T2.micro, not T3. If you use T3, then you are not able to launch your EC2 instance. This is for instance type. Now, folks, key pair. Key pair is like a additional security for your EC2 instance. So if you want to connect your EC2 instance by using CLI or SDK, at that time, this key pair are required, right? Key pair is like a additional security for your EC2 instance. Let us consider Yomi. Yomi is one of the software engineer who is working in one of the MNC and right now he's located in Mumbai. Because of some work, he's shifting to another city. So at that time, he'll lock the door. First, he'll lock the door of house. Once they're done with the main lock, then he'll lock a gate also for additional security. Like that, here also, along with the security groups, we are providing a key pair. But make sure that when you create a key pair, it should be kept in a safe place. If someone will get the key, then you are gone. That is the reason I'm talking about the industry example, industry relevant examples. For example, now you're working in a development environment, right? In the development environment, you have one EC2 instance and you forgot that key pair or someone got the key pair, then easily they can connect and destroy your entire architecture. Now, right now, I don't have any key pair. If I want to create a key pair, here is the option. The name is demo. There are two different types of key pair we have, RSA and ED25519. These are the two different types of keys which are available. Now, private key format. So do you want to go for PEM or PPK? Folks, PPK is like an older concept now because for this PPK, we need a third-party application called Putty. So that is the reason we are not going with the PPK now. Let's go with PEM. Directly you can utilize. So once I click on create key pair, you are able to see a key will be downloaded on my local machine. Demo 12 PEM key is successfully created. All right. So now the key is successfully downloaded. Now, folks, in local machine, can you see this? Demo 12.pem is successfully downloaded here. So whenever you are connecting your EC2 instance, you have to import from the particular location. Then you are able to connect. Right? Now, networking setting, folks, keep as it is. Don't touch any of the option. So right now, no need to think about this. Just keep as it is. Everything as it is. Okay, let's launch EC2 instance. Okay, now you can see successfully initiated launch the instance. I'm ready with my instance now. You can see here, folks, the name of the server, instance ID, and which is running now. And here you can see initializing. Status check is initializing. So here you should get 2x2 check pass. That means your AWS will check a system check and instance check. So system check with all the configuration is fine. Now, instance check whether the instance is successfully deployed on the system. Everything will be checked here. Once everything fine, then you will get 2 by 2 check passed. Right? Now, this is your demo server. Let us consider I want to create an image of this particular server. So for this, you have to select the server. I am going to create the image. That means same configuration, one more template. Let me go to the action, and here is the option called image and template. You have the option called create image. So in this image, I'll give the name called example, description, blah, 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 blah. Say reboot instance, it's up to you. When you select this, your EC2 will be reboots. The instance data is rest when the snapshot of attached volumes are taken. So it makes sure that the data is consistent always. So when your EC2 reboots, right? So data will be available, the snapshots which are available in the persistent storage here. Now you can see the EBS volume which is attached to our previous EC2, because in the previous EC2 the size was 8 GB. If you want to change the capacity, it's up to you. If you want to change the volume, it's in your hand. If you want to increase or decrease, it's up to you. Let's click on create image. Now you can see just now I created the image which is available in. Now here you can see AMI option, images, what I completed. Folks, if you click on AMI, is it the same AMI what I created just now? Now let me show you in the instances tab. Instances tab. So now click on launch instance one more time. Let me show you one interesting fact. Earlier, my AMI was 0. Now the new tab. Here I have my AMI. Let me click on this. When I click on my AMI, is it the same AMI what I created just called example, folks? Right? Even if you go for browse more AMI, in that my AMI was 0. Now it becomes 1, created by me. Just now I created a AMI with the description what I given. Example is the name. Is it available for me? So by using this AMI, you can launch multiple EC2 instances. This is overall demonstration for AMI. So now let's move on to the next topic called placement groups. So for placement group is one of the feature that enables a user to deploy interdependent instances to handle your workload in a more efficient manner. If you have one EC2 instance, that means based on the configuration, its capabilities, it can provide the results. When I'm using placement groups, where I'll get the multiple EC2 instances, and that too, each are dependent on other. And by using the capacity and capabilities, you are going to deal with your workload in a more effective manner, right? So here we have some important points. So up to 500 placement groups per account you can create. And always a name of placement group should be unique. And it's not possible to merge placement groups. Now, there are 3 different types of placement groups are available. In that, the first one is cluster, partition, and spread. For the placement group, I have one custom diagram document. So what is this custom diagram? Let me tell you. I'll use this custom diagram to provide in detail information how logically works your placement groups. By using this diagram, you can easily understand. As I discussed, this placement group consists of 3 different categories. The first one is cluster, second is partition, and the third is spread. Now, what is cluster? A cluster placement group which consists of multiple EC2 instances, but it launches on the single or a same rack. Can I say that rack is a place where I'm going to host my servers? So now, by using this single rack, I'm going to launch the multiple EC2 instances. So if rack fails, then all the EC2 instances will fail. That is the mainly disadvantage. Now let me show you some information. See, cluster, same rack in same availability zone. Always your cluster will work within the same availability zone. And that it provides a great network, low latency up to 10 Gbps bandwidth between the instances. So what is the disadvantage? If rack fails, let us consider if rack fails, then all the EC2 instances will fail at the same time. Then there is no any EC2 which is available for us to provide a service. So when should I use this? Let us consider I'm doing with a big data job that need to complete a fast access. Some of the application with low latency and high throughput. So folks, can I consider stock market as an example? Application with low latency, high throughput, trading platform as the best solution, and even the instances. Here, the EC2 instances want to communicate with each other. So instance like a low latency communication can be done. So that is the reason you can consider the trading platform is the best example, right? Now, the next one, partition placement group. Let us consider you are running one high performance data intensive application like our real-time trading platform. So now high performance data intensive application. So what we have, real-time trading platform which requires the low latency communication. So cluster is one which provides a 10 Gbps bandwidth compared to other options. This 10 Gbps of a bandwidth between the communication of instances. See, we are talking about a low latency communication between the instances, right? So here, by using this solution, a best possible network performance, right, you will get through the cluster. And that is the reason we are using a cluster placement group. We have the strategies to overcome that problems. We have the strategies, but you will not get a low latency communication between the servers compared to cluster. So the main focus is communication between the two instances with the 10 Gbps of a bandwidth, right? So you like here in the cluster, we know that how to manage your racks. In some cases, if something went wrong, at that time it affects. But this type of a low latency communication, you will not get in a partition or a spread. That is the main reason. Now, partition placement group. Partition placement group, folks, let me tell you, this is also can be used within the single availability zone. And let me tell you here, the separate partition will be maintained. Up to 7 partitions you can maintain, right? Every partition have the separate rack, and these racks are related to this partition. If something went wrong, so that doesn't going to affect second and third. If second something went wrong, first and third will be not affected. If third something went wrong, first and second will be not affected. So here in your partition placement group, you can launch hundreds of EC2 instances with the separate partition, right? So in this partition, in a single availability zone, you can create up to 7 partition, not more than that. There is a restriction, right? Now, so up to 7 partition per SG with the hundreds of EC2 instances you can launch. The one instance, the instance of one partition, do not share the rack with the instance of other partition, as I clearly discussed. A partition failure can affect many EC2 instances from the same partition, but it won't affect the other partition, which is available in same availability zone, right? So now let me take one simple example for partition placement group. Now, let us consider you are building one mission critical fault tolerance application. So what kind of application you can consider for mission critical applications? Banking? Can I consider defense, weather forecasting, health, right? These all are mission critical fault tolerant workloads. So let us consider you are building one mission critical fault tolerant application that must resilient to a hardware failure. So now to achieve this, you want to distribute your instances across different partitions within the same region. So using the partition placement group, if one partition goes down, the second and third will be ready. If second goes down, first and third ready. If third goes down, first and second will be ready. Now, spread placement group. Folks, spread is available with multiple availability zones. That too within a single region. The first difference, like 1A, 1B, 1C. And here a separate hardware and a rack will be maintained. So within the same availability zone, a separate hardware and separate rack will be maintained. For this EC2, separate hardware and separate rack will be maintained. So same thing for 1B, 1C. Even if one EC2 instance goes down within the same availability zone, because a separate hardware and rack is there, that is the reason it doesn't going to affect the next EC2. That is the power of spread placement group. Now let me show you. So now when you click on advanced details, here is the option called placement group. Yes, here is the option to create a placement group. Right now, I don't have any placement group in my account. Let's create a new placement group. And let me give the name called demo07. So what strategy do you want to go? Cluster, spread, or partition? I want to go with the cluster. Create a group. So now placement group is created successfully. If you go back, here still this option is not available. Let me refresh. So here placement group demo07 strategy cluster with the shade no is available for me. So whenever you're launching the EC2 instance, so if you select the cluster placement group, the EC2 will be deployed in that group and you can launch the instance. And let me tell you folks, by default placement group will be not selected. If you want to use, then you have to create, then you can utilize that. Okay. So this is all about the placement group. Now let me take you to the next topic called metadata. What is metadata? Data about data. Metadata about EC2, what you're expecting. Configuration details. In metadata concept, you will get the information about the EC2 instance, like what is the AMI ID, what is the instance type, then what is the public host name, then network, what is the network, MAC address, instance ID, profile, everything you will get the detailed information. Now let me show you. This is my meta server. Select the Linux operating system, keep as it is, t2.micro, and here is the option. I'll go with proceed without keep here. Networking settings, I'll keep as it is. Once you scroll down, there is an option called advanced details. And here, folks, you have the option metadata versions. You can see there are two versions are available for metadata, version 1 and version 2. If you see here, metadata accessible, enabled, but only for V2. If you want to go for both versions, V1 and V2, you can select the first option. By default, it's only V2. And now you can go for V1 and V2 both. So let me tell you what is the difference between V1 and V2. So V1 is a simple method, right? There is no any authentication. But V2 is token-based authentication. So here first you have to put for a token, then you will get the information, right? So now this is V1 is not secure, V2 is secure. And V2 you will get 6 hours of a session to get the responses. So token will be generated and you can perform the task, right? So V1 is like just simple HTTP GET request, right? So now V1 and V2 I'm selecting both options and now let me launch a instance. So now I am successfully done with launching my second EC2 for meta server. Now how to connect? So now select the meta server. If you want to directly connect your server, here we have the option called connect. So here instance connect. Now your EC2 will be directly connected by using instance connect option. So this is public IP address and this is private IP address of your EC2. This is Amazon Linux 2023. Just now what I created the EC2, right? AMI along with the EC2 user. This is private IP 172.31.18.195, right? So folks, again, I have one document, a standard URL. Always, if you want to check the metadata of any EC2 instance, we have the command called 169.254.169.254. Just copy and paste it. Folks, you can see curl HTTP 169.254.169.254 for latest metadata. Right now, just enter. So now these are the different attributes which are available for us. Let us consider if I want to check AMI ID, just slash AMI-ID. Enter. Now you can see this is the AMI ID of my EC2 instance. Right? Like this, if I want to check a MAC address. So this is the MAC address of my EC2 instance. So you can check it out, all the attributes, whichever you want. Then you will get the in detail information. So now, simple examples where we need metadata base. See, let us consider I want to do some automatic app configuration. When you want instance ID, regions, public IP, private IP, right? Let me take a simple example. You have one web application and you want to write the logs tags in an instance ID automatically by reading your metadata. At that time, this is very much useful, right? Even you can use in fetching temporary credentials like IAM role, then auto discovery, right? Bootstrapping in that case, which is very important. Let's move on to the next topic called, the topic is EC2 purchasing options. We have the different EC2 purchasing options. In that, the first one is on demand. Now, what we are using, if you are not selecting any of the plan, then by default it's on demand only, because here we don't have any upfront cost. There is no any upfront cost, and even this is very much suitable for short-term workloads. Now the next one is, in saving plan you have to commit for 1 or 3 years, and you will get the discount 65 to 70% of a discount compared to your on-demand instance. Now, reserved instances. Here also 1 or 3 years of a commitment, but you will get a 72% of a discount compared to your on-demand instances. Why? What is the difference between saving and reserved plan? Let me tell you folks. In saving plan, if you want to shift from T2 to M3 or M3 to R4, it's possible to change the instance family. But in reserved instance, if you are using R4, you have to use only R4 for this entire 3 years. You don't have authority to change the instance family. Right? Now, might be you have the question, sir, where I can use this? In which use case? Let us consider Pranit is one of the solution architect for IRCTC organization. Right? So now Pranit know that I am going to get this much of a traffic. That's why I decided to use R6.large for this IRCTC application. Now this R6.large application can run for 3 years. 3 years because Pranit know that for 3 years I'm going to get this much of a traffic. So that's why I decided to use R6.large. Even I already know that this much of a traffic I am getting. That is the reason I'll select a high-end instance type. So you can't change this. But saving plan, let us consider my workload. Now I'm using R6 here. But what I expected, I'm not getting that much of a workload. So you can downgrade your instance type from R6 to T4.large. So you are doing cost optimization by reducing, downgrading your instance type. That is nothing but saving plan and reserved instances. Right? Now, the next is spot instances. So folks, in spot instances, you will get the 90% of a discount. Now, why I'm getting 90% of a discount? What is the reason behind that? So here in the different plans, those who are the clients, those who are selected the different purchasing options, some of the capacity or a memory which is not used, that is surrendered to AWS. So that kind of a space will be allocated to the user. Now, how exactly the spot instances work? Let me take with the single example. Here we have one hotel or lodging facility. Let us consider this is hotel and lodging facility we have. And here we have one manager. So folks, in this hotel, we have 100 rooms, right? So all the 97 rooms are occupied with the 1,000 rupees amount, right? Now, these 3 rooms are vacant. 3 rooms are vacant. And after 24 hours also, no one is occupying these rooms. So manager is thinking, what happened, right? Now suddenly one person will come and he'll ask for this room. Hey, can you give me this room? I'll pay 400. Everyone is already given 1,000 rupees for a single room. Now he's asking for 400. Now manager is going to put one condition. Okay, I'll give the room, but there is only one condition. What is that? Someone will arrive with the value of 500. At that time, you have to leave the room. So same thing in spot instances. Let us consider for Vimal, the space is allocated. Now suddenly Satya Prasad will come into the picture. So now the space is allocated to Vimal Singh, right? And now Prem will come into the picture. And suddenly Vimal is bidding. He's taken the space for $200. And suddenly Prem will come into the picture. He bid for 300. Now AWS will send a notification to whom? Vimal Singh. So this space is allocated to someone else. Please complete your task. And before 2 minutes, you'll get the notification from AWS. That is the reason you are getting 90% discount, right? So once the 2 minutes completed, this space will be allocated to Prem. Now Prem can utilize this space. And because of this reason, AWS is clearly specified. Don't use any complex data or mission critical data or important data for spot instances. Because before 2 minutes, it will be terminated, right? And when should I use this? The best example is batch processing. Why? because where you left the last process, you can start from the same place. That is the reason for batch processing. The best example is our spot instances, right? Now, let me take the last option, dedicated host. Dedicated host. If I compare with all the options, dedicated host is too costly. Dedicated host is too costly. Why? Because an entire physical server will be provided to a single customer. So entire physical server will be provided to a single customer, right? So here you control your placement of virtual machines, instances of the host, right? So performance is same as your instance family, right? But here you will get a more predictable performance. Defense system, right? When you have some compliance requirement, right? Dedicated host means, let me take one example. You need to run one Windows server with your own license. So at that time, you use a dedicated host to comply with your Microsoft licensing rules, right? So these are the different plans which are available for EC2. Let us start with hibernation. Any idea what is hibernation? System in sleep mode. What is the goal of that particular hibernation process? What you are achieving by doing that? Hibernate your EC2 instance. Again, you can start from the same state where exactly you have left. And the very important, you don't have to pay for the hibernation setup. For that specific duration, you are not going to pay anything. So hibernation is a process where your system is going for sleep for a certain duration. And when you resume it back, again, it starts from the same state. Now here we have a diagram. Here you can see I have an EC2 instance along with the EBS. All right. So the first condition is if you want to do hibernation for your EC2 instance, make sure that your EBS should be encrypted. Otherwise, it's not possible to hibernate your EC2 instance. Now, operating system sends a signal to the system. Now, stop hibernate. Stop hibernate means now it starts from the stopping process to stop process. From stopping to stop, there is a process. What is process in operating system? Process is a program under execution. And what is that execution? From stopping to stop state. Now, your EC2 is successfully hibernated. This is my EC2. After EC2 stop, my EC2 is hibernated, and this EC2 is attached with EBS and instant store, right? So now folks, my question is, when my EC2 is hibernated, am I going to pay for it? No, 100% no. But you are going to pay for only the EBS value, because EBS is a place where it stores a current state of the system. That is the reason you are going to pay for the EBS value. And one more thing, whatever you have the data in the instance store, as you know that instance store which acts like a RAM, a temporary storage. When you hibernate your EC2 instance, all the data will be vanished. Totally the data will be deleted. And only the EBS data which stores your last state of the system, and even when you resume it back, it starts from the same state, right? So here instance store is nothing but temporary storage. It acts like a RAM. Now when you hibernate your EC2 instance, all the data will be vanished from the EC instance store. But when it comes for the EBS, all the data will be available. Even you can start from the same state where you have left. Now, when you hibernate your EC2 instance, even the public IP is also changed. The private IP will be same. Now, let us consider if I want to make my EC2 instance should not change the public IP, then we have the concept of elastic IP. So folks, elastic IP are the static IP addresses. When you allocate to your EC2 instance, even if you are hibernating also, then it never change the IP address. And these are chargeable. Now, there are multiple things we have. Like if I talk about the EBS value, even if you are doing a hibernation of your EC2 instance, if you want to do any modification related to EBS, that is possible. If you want to do some optimization settings for EBS, that you can do that, right? And this hibernation is supported by the new operating system what we have. These are the features of hibernation. Now, if I talk about some limitations also, in that the first one is when I am hibernating my EC2 instance, all the data from instance store will be deleted. Now, the next, let us consider if I have more than 150 GB of a RAM. in that situation, it's not possible to hibernate. As per the architecture, AWS clearly specified if you have more than 150 GB of RAM at that time, it's not possible to hibernate. And the next, let us consider, folks, if your EC2 is hibernated for 60 days, then AWS have the authority to terminate that instance. Let me show you in the console. Now, let me launch the instance. I'm going to show you the hibernation option now. Okay. Now let me give the name called demo Linux. Proceed without keep here. All right. So when you click on advanced details, here we have option called hibernation. Here you can see there is an option stop hibernation behavior. It should be stopped. So first you have to enable. If you enable, then only you are able to hibernate your instance. If you are not enabled while launching the EC2, then it's not possible to hibernate your EC2 instance. And now what I'm doing, hibernation behavior is enabled and it should be stopped. Now let me launch the instance. Just now I got the error. Why? What is the reason? The reason is your EBS is not encrypted. For hibernation, the root device value must be encrypted. I did the instance configuration. And where is your EBS value? Before advanced detail, here we have the configure storage option. Click on advanced. And this is the value, EBS value. And here you can see encrypted, not encrypted, right? Let's encrypt now by using default KMS key. So what is that KMS? I'll discuss here. KMS stands for Key Management Service. It's a centralized repository where we are going to maintain a cryptographic keys for encryption as well as decryption. Now I'm using default key. Okay. Let me launch the instance. So now my EC2 instance is successfully launched. Let me show you, folks. Still it's pending. Yeah, now it's running. Usually if you go to instance state, right, these are the options. Let's select the server and here instance state. So usually this option is disabled until and unless you have to explicitly enable that, right? Now, if you click on Hibernate instance, click on Hibernate. I got the error. Why? What is the reason? Because my server is still initializing. If once it's 2x2 check pass, then you are able to hibernate your EC2 instance. So this is all about the demonstration for hibernation process. Let me hibernate your EC2. Now let me hibernate. So select the server and here instance state, hibernate instance. I'm done with the hibernation. Now folks, this running becomes stopping. And once the stopping will change to which state? From stopping to stopped state. So what is the difference between stop and hibernate? When you stop your EC2 instance, all the data will be totally deleted. It's not possible to take from the last state. But when you hibernate, it's possible to take from the last state of a system, right? So now even you can see here, folks. So now you can see here from stopping to stop. Successfully, my EC2 is stopped. So if I want to again start the instance by using the start method, again I can start from the same state. So this is the way how we are performing hibernation. Now, folks, we have the topic called EBS, Elastic Block Storage. So here you can see I have the option called advanced details, right? Before this, we have a configure storage option. Click on advanced and here we have a different storage, a different volume types. Storage type is EBS and this is the name, and snapshot, that is nothing but backup. And here is the size. So here, folks, you can see there are different volumes we have. What are those? The first one is EBS. So now let me take you to the EBS volume. Folks, just a minute. See, here the different volumes are available. Folks, here you can see the 8 GB, you can change the size and the volume type. Here we have the different volume type. The first one is solid state drive, SSD. Then the general purpose SSD, provision IOPS SSD, right? So apart from this, we have a magnetic standard and then hard disk drive. So why we are shifted even if you check it out our laptop also, why we are shifted from hard disk drive to solid state drive? What is the main reason? Because it's too faster, which improved the IOPS, input output operations per second, right? Here you can see SSD, we have two categories, GP3, GP2, IO1, IO2. So these are general purpose. GP3, GP2 are general purpose SSD, which provides up to 16,000 IOPS. And the capacity of GP3 and GP2 is from 1 GB to 16 TB. And when should I use this? For example, I'm dealing with some low latency applications like our development and testing environment. At that time, you can go for GP3, GP2. Now, if you go for provision IOPS, SSD, IO1, IO2, let me tell you folks, it provides a 64,000 IOPS per value. And now, when should I use this? When I want a workload which requires a more IOPS, more than 16,000. At that time, you can go with IO1 and IO2. Usually, we are going with IO intensive database workloads, right? And the capacity will be from 4 GB to up to 16 TB, what we have for IO1 and IO2. Now, if I compare with hard disk, HDD, hard disk, SC1 or ST1, there are two options are available. Here, the size will be 25 GB to 16 TB. And let me tell you the IOPS rate, only 500 IOPS per volume. So general purpose, which provides a 16,000 IOPS. This is 64,000 and this is only 500. Now, how many number of input output operations per second your EBS volume can perform? So now you can customize as per your requirement. So delete on termination. When you terminate this, EBS volume will be deleted. Now, encryption, as I discussed just now, if you want to encrypt a value, it's optional, but when you are going for hibernation, it should be mandatory. Here we have a default key. If you want to go with the custom key, key management service is a centralized repository where you are going to maintain a cryptographic keys. So here you can create your separate customer key and without sharing to anyone. At that time, for more security purpose, if you want to share with the client, at that time you can use that particular keys also. By using KMS, it's possible. So this is all about the EBS value, what we have in our AWS environment, that too for EC2 launching machine. If I talk about the concept called load balancer, now we have topic called elastic load balancers. What is load balancer? Let me tell you what exactly it is. Elastic load balancer, it distributes your incoming application traffic across the multiple targets. Now the target might be any EC2 instance, containers, or any Lambda function. In our scenario, the targets are EC2. So now folks, so here we have features. The first one is load distribution. Now here we have 100% load for this load balancer. Target means EC2 instance, container, or any Lambda function. See, Lambda is also one of the compute service. At EC2, you know that containers, it's a standard way to package your application, such as code, dependencies, runtime, repository into a single object, that is container. Lambda is nothing but serverless compute service. So now the target might be any EC2, container, or any Lambda function, right? Now, here we have 100% load. The first one is load distribution, right? Elastic load balancer is responsible to distribute a load equally to registered targets. So now it starts dividing the load 33%, 33%, 33%. Might be you have the question, sir, what about that remaining 1%? That is also equally divided. The next is fault tolerance, right? So now, elastic load balancer, it sends some heartbeat package to check whether the web server is active or not, healthy or not. When load balancer sends a heartbeat package to the server, if suddenly got the acknowledgement, that means ELB declared as this web server is healthy. Like that, this web server might be busy to provide a service to other customer. So you now in that situation, you can't say that the server is not healthy. For that, we have the concept called interval. So now I'll put the 2-second interval. Let us consider Prem is busy in doing the breakfast, right? I'm continuously taking Prem name. Prem. I can't wait up to evening because Prem is busy in doing breakfast. I can't wait up to evening. Once he'll free, then I'll get the acknowledgement. No, I can't wait. So because of that reason, I'll specify 2-second interval along with 2 minutes of a duration. If I'm not getting with the 2 second of intervals, praying, after 2 minutes also, Then I'll declare as frame is not available. This web server is unhealthy. This server is not able to receive the traffic. Then I'll declare as unhealthy. Again, load distribution. Again, we have the 100% load. Now it starts equally dividing this load. 50% to this, 50% to this. Why? Because the first server is unhealthy. Then the server 1, server 2 equally handle the traffic from a load balancer. Now, the third point, security. How this load balancer provides a security. So now when a client is requesting to the Elastic load balancer will equally divide the traffic, right? Now, after equally dividing the traffic, from where exactly you are getting the responses, client is not going to understand. Because of security reason, Elastic load balancer, it hides the public IP of the web server. From where exactly you are getting the responses, the customer is not going to understand that. That is the third feature of security of your Elastic load balancer. Now, if I talk about the benefits, Elastic load balancer are highly available, secure, scalable, and even flexible also. Now, here we have three different types of load balancer. Yeah, the first one is application load balancer, and the second one is network load balancer, and the third one is classic load balancer. So are you people familiar with the OSI model? APSTNDP. Application, presentation, session, transport, network, data link, and physical. So now, which is the first layer? Physical layer. So no need to go in detail about the OSI networking layer model. So just this is physical layer, data link, network, transport, session, presentation, and application. So now here we have application load balancer. So let me tell you folks, here it deals with the HTTP and HTTPS traffic. Using the application load balancer, always it routes a traffic to the targeted within the VPC based on the content of the request. It routes a traffic to the targets within VPC based on the content of the request, right? And let me tell you folks, in which layer it works. Layer number 7, that is application layer. Now, network load balancer, NLB. So folks, network load balancer, which deals with TCP, UDP traffic. And here also it routes traffic to the targeted VPC regardless of the content request. And do you know folks, in which particular OSI layer it works? Network load balancer. Always it works with the transport layer, 4th layer. And now this classic load balancer is the combination of both HTTP and as well as TCP. That's why it works in layer number 7 as well and layer number 4 as well. TCP, UDP are like, see, classic load balancer is the combination of both application as well as network load balancer. Now, folks, let me show you the same thing in the console, how exactly your load balancer works. If you check it out, the first step, you have to create a security group, right? Now, this demo is for creating a load balancer with the registered targets. So first you have to create a security group. Now, then you have to launch the instance with the different availability zone. Then how to launch an instance in a different availability zone, that I'll show you. Then after that, I'll show you how to create a load balancer. Then how to deploy this classic load balancer to the EC2 instance. Now, what is the first step? You have to create a security group. Let me go to the console. And if you check here, there is an option called security groups. See, here we have an option called security group. So now, folks, click on security group. Folks, security groups are the virtual firewall at EC2 level, where you are going to define your inbound and outbound traffic. Which traffic is allowed to your EC2 instance, that you are going to decide here by specifying inbound rules, right? Now, let me take the name also the same, my HTTP server. Okay, then description. If you want, you can, otherwise you can leave that. Don't change anything for this VPC. Keep as it is because we are using default VPC. Now, click on add rule. SSH first one, secure shell. SSH is nothing but secure shell, and that to anywhere from IPv4 address. Next, HTTP. Anywhere from IPv4. Let me take one more rule, HTTPS. HTTP anywhere from IPv4, HTTPS anywhere from IPv4. Even I included HTTPS also, right? So now the traffic from SSH, HTTP, HTTPS is allowed to my EC2 instance. Now let me create a security group. Now I'm ready with my security group called my HTTP server. So what is this second step? The next step is launching the instance with the different availability zone, and that too Linux 2 operating system. Keep here, see, keep here is not required. Let me take the name called HTTP server 1. Okay. Now let me launch the instance. So now let me take the web server 1, HTTP server 1, the name. And here Linux operating system 6.1 AMI, 6.1 is fine. And now instance type is t2.micro. Okay. And here keep here not required, because we are not using not required. Folks, if you see the networking setting, right, how to deploy, what is the condition? You know that. How to launch a EC2 instance, you know that. But how to launch a EC2 instance in a different availability zone? For that, you have to click on edit. And here you can see the subnet options. Keep VPC same as it is, default subnet. You can see the availability zones: 1B, 1C, 1F, 1A, right? Right? You can select anything. You can select any of the availability zone. So now I'm selecting 1A. So now firewalls. Do you want to use firewalls? Yes. I think just now I created one security group. My HTTP server. Select this. And along with a default one. Default where I want to provide a more granular permission to my EC2 instance. Now, EBS I'll keep as it is. Advanced details. Right. So here we have user data section. Let me show you the document. Okay, let me explain. Folks, here you can see. Now here we have a script. That too, bash. Using the bash shell, we are providing a script now, right? So I'm going to add user data section, right? What is user data now? If I want to do the automation, let us consider automatically Apache server should be installed and the operating system should be started. So at that time, I'll use the user data. If you want to do some automation kind of a things, like here are the commands. Automatically the Apache server should be installed and then it should be ready to use. Now the first two lines are, you can see, command lines. So now yum update -y. Folks, here it update all the installed packages on an instance. And this -y indicates automatically says yes to your prompt. And then yum install -y httpd. So it installs the Apache HTTP server, that is httpd, using Amazon Linux package manager, right? Then systemctl start httpd. It starts the Apache web server immediately. Then it starts the Apache web server immediately. Then systemctl enable httpd. Now folks, it configures Apache to auto start on a boot, right? If the instance restarts or Apache runs, at that time it is required. Now, echo, it's like a output message where you can see a simple HTML file, which is homepage for your web browser, right? And now hostname -f. So here it insert the instances fully qualified hostname dynamically. That means here, what is your EC2 instance private IP address? You will get the information here. And finally, this is your what you call a file placed in Apache default document root. Finally, the data will be stored here. Now, let me copy this. Open a notepad, and paste it. Folks, make sure that the last line should be in the previous line. See, if you are not doing this, you will be redirected to Apache homepage. If you take the last line into the previous line, then only you are able to see this AWS network web server, right? Let me copy this and paste in user data section. My EC2 is running. Let me show you. My HTTP server is still running. right? Now, just now it started. So now how to check whether my server is running or no? So just go to the instance ID, and here we have public IPv4 address. Copy it and paste it into the new tab. Copy the public IPv4 and paste it in the new tab. Folks, is it the message what I given in the document? Welcome to AWS Network Web Server along with the host name. Welcome to AWS Network Web Server with the private IP address 172.31.320.34. I am ready with the first instance, right? So as per your assisted practice, they are clearly specified in 2.6. Repeat the steps to launch second instance with a different availability zone, right? Let me launch one more EC2 instance. So again, I have to launch one more instance with same steps. Only the thing is you have to change the availability zone 1A to 1B or anything. Okay, let me take HTTP server 2. So HTTP server 2. Okay. So now same as it is, the steps are same. Now all the steps are same. T2.micro, keep here without keep here. Only the modification is as per the condition we have to. So as per the condition where I have to deploy now in different availability zone. So where should I deploy now? Okay, 1B selected, right? So again, I'm using the same security group default, right? My HTTP server along with the default. Fine. Now, advanced details, I'll use the same user data. But to make sure that it should be differentiated, right? So for that, I'll add here 2222. I hope everyone got the point why I'm differentiating. I should know for which web server my load balancer is hitting, right? Let me launch the instance. So how to check whether my server is running or not? By using IP. Now this is my HTTP server 2. By using public IP, IPv4 address, copy it and paste it in a new tab. So folks, is it my second server? This is my first server and this is my second server. What I differentiated. So this is my second server. So now folks, let me tell you. See, until and unless your first and second server are working properly, you got the message like both servers are working properly, then only go for creating a load balancer. Otherwise, don't go for it. If you are not getting this message, then don't go for creating a load balancer. Now I got the message. Let me go to the next step called creating load balancer, right? The name is called CLB demo. Let me copy this. Okay. And here when you scroll down, there is an option called load balancer. Create a load balancer. Classic load balancer. Let's create now. And the load balancer name is CLB demo. So now folks, internet scheme, how you want to route a traffic, right? Internet facing or internal facing. Internet facing in the sense, all the traffic will be routed over the internet, and that too it uses all the public IP addresses. And internal in the sense, it routes a traffic to the specific VPC, and that too using a private IP addresses. And if you create a load balancer with this specific schema, after creating, it's not possible to change this particular scheme. Now let me go with internet facing. And this is very important. So where your EC2 are available, in which availability zone, you have to map that one. Now 1A and 1B. 1A and 1B, right? Done. Now security group default is available. Select my HTTP server. All right. Then, yeah, here you can see as per your document. If you want, you can add the response timeout 5 seconds, interval 30. In advanced settings, response timeout is 5 seconds and the interval is 30 seconds. Okay. Now, next, you have to add the instances. Here is the option to add. That means I'm going to register my EC2 instance with load balancer. This is registration process. Which two servers? HTTP server 1 and HTTP 2 server, what I created for my load balancer. Confirm it. Right? So now your two registered are successfully added, but still not registered, right? So keep as it is and now create a load balancer. So folks, now you can see my load balancer is successfully created. And if you see these steps here, and that too, step number 4, deploying classic load balancer to EC2. Here, a 4.2 description tab is not there. Description is changed to, let me show you. Click on the load balancer and description is changed to target instances. So folks, here you can see in target instances, still it is out of service. The health of both servers are out of service. Why? What is the reason? Here the reason is also given. If your servers are unhealthy, out of service, you will get the reason also here. What is that? Instance registration is still in a progress. That means your EC2 instances are registering with the load balancer, which is taking a time. And once it becomes successfully registered, you are able to see in service. Both options are in service. If something went wrong, unhealthy threshold value, then you have to check it out your EC2 instance along with the load balancer. Now still instance registration is still in a progress. Let's wait for 30 seconds. Let me refresh. Both are in service, successfully registered, right? Now, let me take a DNS name, copy the DNS name, and then go to browser, paste it. This is my first server. Let me refresh. Server 2. This is my second server. First, second. So this is how your load balancer is distributing a load to the different servers. Okay, let's move on to the next topic, auto scaling. Here we have a custom diagram. So now what is auto scaling? According to the condition defined by the users, right? EC2 auto scaling allows them to automatically add EC2 instance and remove the EC2 instance as per the demand. So why we are using this auto scaling? To make sure that my application should be highly available. So as per the user defined condition, EC2 auto scaling, which allows the automatically adding the EC2 and removing the EC2. Now here you can see I have multiple web servers, right? And here we have CloudWatch service. Let me give the introduction to CloudWatch. CloudWatch is monitoring service in AWS environment, which monitor the entire environment and stores the data in terms of logs. Then ELB, as you know that load balancer, which distribute a load equally to the servers. Auto scaling, as per the defined condition, it increases and decreases the number of EC2 instance. Now, here you can see if my CPU utilization 20, 40, 60, and this 80. That means 70 is here, a threshold value. So what is the condition if CPU utilization is greater than 70%? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20, 25. This is time now. Okay. So now folks, as per the condition, if CPU utilization is more than 70% for 5 minutes, it should be for 5 minutes. Still it is not completed 5 minutes. Again, there is a fluctuation. Now folks, now do you think this condition is true? Right? Because now the 70% of a utilization is done for 5 minutes. That is the reason it adds one EC2 instance to the auto scaling group now. Right? Same scenario. Let me take for less utilization. If CPU utilization is less than 40% for 5 minutes, one EC2 should be removed. So now let me take a graph. Right? And here we have time. Right? And here, let me specify this is 40%, 80, 120, right? So now this is my threshold. So now folks, do you think this condition is true? No. Do you think this condition is true? Less than 40% for 5 minutes. Do you think this condition is true? Yes. This condition is true now. This condition is true now. So when it crosses a threshold value less than 40%, what we have the 4 instances, it removes the one of the instance from the autoscaling group, because as per the condition less than 40% for 5 minutes, it should remove the one EC2 instance now. Right. So now folks, here we have the concept of minimum, desired, and maximum. So now I'll specify minimum as 2, desired as 4, maximum as 6. So always try to avoid a same values, 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, 6, 6, 6. Try to avoid that kind of a values. Now minimum number of instances means 2 instances. This is minimum. Desired is 4. This is desired. And maximum is 6. This is maximum now, right? So now folks, when I launch any autoscaling group, always it will be in a desired state. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So folks, when I'm getting a huge amount of a traffic for my application, what is the maximum number of EC2 I can increase here? Automatically AWS can increase this. So maximum 6. Now let us consider I'm not getting any traffic. Hardly 2 people are accessing this web server. So at that time, minimum how much? Minimum 2. Because already you have defined this. Always when you launch any autoscaling group, it will be in a desired state. When a traffic goes down, minimum 2, and when the traffic increases, maximum 6 now. One condition I want to specify here. Always make sure that desired should be greater than or equal to minimum. Now the condition is true. 4 is greater than or equal to 2. The condition is true. Now, there are different types of scaling we have. Let me specify here. Then the first one is scheduled scaling. Then predictive scaling. And then dynamic scaling. Folks, now scheduled scaling, predictive scaling, and dynamic scaling. What is scheduled scaling? Folks, scheduled scaling is nothing but where already for certain duration, I am going to get the huge amount of a traffic. Before only I know that. So now let me take the example. Can I consider Flipkart Big Billionaire Days, Amazon Prime Sale, Black Friday Sale, right? In that, we know that for certain duration, I am going to get the huge amount of a traffic. That is nothing but scheduled scaling. Then what is predictive scaling? Folks, predictive scaling is based on historical data. So can I consider weather forecasting is the best example for predictive scaling? One more example. Can I use machine learning algorithms? Can I use machine learning applications where I'm going to train the model based on the historical data? Now, what about the dynamic scaling? So sometimes the traffic is high, sometimes traffic is low. There is no any constant actual load. You can say that. Sometimes the traffic is high, sometimes the traffic is low. We are calling it as a dynamic scaling. What are the benefits I'll get if I am using auto scaling groups? Cost saving is one. Performance. So in terms of enhancing performance, I can say that I'm going to increase the application availability, right? Better fault tolerance, increased application availability, lower cost, right? And even folks, when I'm talking about the auto scaling, it monitors every instance health. If something went wrong, if instances failed or unhealthy, AWS automatically replaced with the healthy instance. That is the power of auto scaling. And even it balances the capacity across the availability zone. So within the single, always your availability zones works within the region, and that to multiple availability zone if you want. Now, let me show you. Okay, now go to auto scaling groups. If you scroll down at the left side, we have the option called auto scaling groups. So now folks, let me create a auto scaling group. Let me create, you can see in the dashboard itself what I explained. Minimum, desired and maximum size. When it is required, it will be scaled out as needed. Now let me create a auto scaling group. So for this, you want a template. So now you can see I have one document. You can see this document, right? So folks, let me show you this console. Here we are going to configure manual and dynamic scaling, right? So for this, if you want to launch one EC2 instance, you want an AMI. So like that, here we are creating a template of that and we are launching the EC2 instance. Let's create a launch template. So now the name is called, let me take the launch template name called example. Description, blah, 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 blah. It's up to you. Do you want guidelines? It's up to you again. Now, which operating system do you want to use for that auto scaling group? Let me take quick start. And this is my Linux operating system, right? 6.1 AMI. That 5.1 is removed now. 6.1 is available. This is very important. You have to include your instance in a template. Otherwise, you will get the error. So T2.micro. T2.micro, right? Keep here. Don't include keep here in the template. Network, keep as it is. Everything keep as it is. No need to change anything. Click on launch template. Click on this. Now launch template is created. So if you see the launch template option also, the example what I created, it's available for me. Now go to auto scaling group. Fine. So here give me the name called demo. Today's date is 13, demo 13, right? And launch template. Is it the same template what I created just now called example? Select this. So once you select the template, you are able to see the configuration, instance type T2.micro, everything, AMI ID, everything you are able to see. Then click on next. And here you will get the options. This is VPC and this particular auto scaling group should map with which availability zone. I want to select 1A and 1B. Now your auto scaling can do a auto scaling in 1A and 1B region because I have selected both availability, not region, both availability zones, 1A and 1B. Next. Now here it asks, do you want to attach the load balancer? If you want to attach, you can select this existing load balancer you can use. Now attach the new load balancer. Here itself, AWS is given the option to create a new load balancer and you can attach. No load balancer, right? So I'll go with no load balancer. Keep as it is, then click on next. Now configure group size of scaling. As per my example, desired is 4, minimum is 2, and the maximum is 6. Now keep as it is, click on next. Notifications, optional. Tags, optional, right? Review it, click on create auto scaling group. When you launch auto scaling group, in which state, how many number of EC2 you have here? Desired is 4, minimum is 2, maximum 6. When you launch any auto scaling group, what will be the updated capacity now? Always it will be desired state. So still it's updating. How many number of instances are available? 4 at desired value. And if I show you the dashboard of EC2 also, if I refresh this, folks, 1, 2, 3, 4 are 4 EC2 instances which are running right now. How it is possible? A power of auto scaling. 4 EC2 instances are successfully launched. Now, let us consider I want to attach a auto scaling group. In some scenario, auto scaling group is fine. But in some scenario, let us consider I want to attach a auto scaling group to main server. Let us consider this server 1 is main server and I want to attach this server 1 to auto scaling group. Select the server, go to actions, and here is the option called instance settings, right? And attach to auto scaling group. And here make sure that your auto scaling group and the main server should be in a same availability zone. If you remember, my first server is 1A availability zone, right? So now if you see here, demo 13, 1A, 1B auto scaling group is mapped, right? So now this demo 13 you are attaching with your main server. Let's attach. So this is like just now I attached your auto-scaling group with the main server successfully. So now folks, if I show you the auto-scaling group capacity, let me refresh. Desired value and instances are changed. Why? What is the reason? One main server is added to the desired value. That is nothing but a desired capacity value. How we are added to the main server. Yeah, let me share one more thing, which is important also. AWS auto scaling limits. AWS is given the limit also for everything quota. Auto scaling group per regions 500. Auto scaling per auto scaling group 50. Everything they are given. Let's move on to the next module. So now folks, in this module, I'm going to discuss about the storage service, a day in the life of cloud architect. So you are a cloud architect in an organization and have been asked to identify the cloud services for data intensive e-commerce company. Your task includes establishing scalable, highly available, secure database system to manage data effectively, implementing version control to preserve, retrieve, and restore every version of the object in the database, and ensuring the data encryption for high security. So using the standard SQL queries on the data and providing an option to upgrade the volume type to adjust the database performance as needed. Now to achieve this, we have some few concepts in this lesson that will find the solution for given scenario. So now folks, what are the learning objective? By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create Amazon S3 bucket to store data and objects in the cloud. Enable versioning in Amazon S3 bucket to enable data protection. Demonstrate static website web hosting using the S3 to optimize the cost and enable the scalability. Share Amazon S3 bucket between the multiple accounts to centralize the data storage within an organization. You can take a backup and sync the data with Amazon S3 to provide a data durability and redundancy. Transfer of files from S3 to on-premises storage to perform data analysis on-premises. So these are the learning objectives, or you can consider outcomes. Now, let me discuss about the introduction of S3. As you know that S3 is object level storage, where you are going to create buckets. So what is this bucket? Bucket is like a container which holds the object. And here, these object might be anything, whether it is image, audio, video, PDF, doc, anything. There is no restriction. You can store any kind of a data. This is unlimited storage. And you can create up to 10,000 buckets in an account. No doubt these buckets are unlimited storage. You can store any kind of a data. There is no restriction. But there is a small restriction. What is that? What we have the objects in the bucket, it should not cross more than 5 TB. And when I'm talking about the object, it's an object level storage. Each object contains 3 information. What are those? The first one is data. Then second, metadata. And the third, key, unique identifier, right? So now folks, data, what exactly it contains? Metadata about object. That means when it was created, what is the file extension, what is the size of that particular object, when it was created, file, then size, everything. You will get the detailed information about the data. That is nothing but metadata. Now, key is nothing but unique identifier. So every object in the buckets are identified uniquely. So that is the reason every object have a unique identification with a specific ID. Fine. So these all are the basics of S3, and that too object level storage. S3 is simple storage service. It's a web-based storage service which is offered by AWS. So especially we are using for archiving and backupping a data online. So let me tell you folks, S3 is more popular for archiving purpose, and if you want to take a backup data online. So let me tell you, this S3 is highly reliable service, and that too where you can store retrieve and manage a large amount of a data seamlessly, and that too from any time. Now, what are the different, like here, features are available for S3? In that, the first one is availability. Folks, always your S3 data is highly available, right? As you know that it provided 99.99% of a assurance. Your data is highly available. And now it ensures that your data is accessible and reliable at all the time, because high availability is one of the crucial for your application that requires a continuous access along with what you have stored a data. Now, scalability. So as you know that scalability is one of the standard feature of S3. So because of this reason, it makes an ideal choice for wide range of application, that too from small scale to enterprise level solution where you can store a massive data storage. Now, durability. S3, it ensures that the data is well protected and resilient against the potential failure. It's a redundant storage across the multiple facilities and the devices that guarantees your remains highly available and secure. Now, performance. How we can increase the performance? There is a concept called multi-part upload. Let us consider I have the object with the 4 TB. So now the 4 TB object will be equally divided. 1 TB, 1 TB, 1 TB, and then finally stored in the bucket. So this process we are calling it as a multi-part upload. If the object is larger, then it will be equally divided, then it will be stored in S3. And this option is not available in the console. Multi-part upload is not possible through the AWS console. You can go for CLI or SDK to perform this multi-part upload options. Now, cost efficiency. Yes, cost efficiency. Here we have S3 different storage classes. So based on that, you are going to pay for it, right? Now, security. S3 supports SSL, Secure Socket Layer data transfer, which encrypts your data while it being transferred over the network. Encryption, it helps to prevent the unauthorized interception and also which ensures your data remains secure during a transit between your application and S3 storage. So here S3 is responsible to perform, SSL is responsible to encrypt your data when it is traveling from your application to S3 bucket. That is nothing but security. Now, components of S3, which is already completed. What is bucket? Buckets are containers. Keys are nothing but unique identifier. Regions, a geographical location where we are going to create a S3 buckets. Now, buckets can store text file, images, videos, and even more. Any number of objects can be stored in a bucket and total bucket size is 5 TB. It should be object size. Any number of objects can be stored in a bucket. The total object size should be 5 TB, not more than that. Now, here you will get the complete control. For example, let us consider Rupesh is created a bucket. Now, Rupesh can decide who can create a bucket. Now, Siva can create a bucket. Kiran can retrieve a bucket. Then Prashant can retrieve the bucket. Surbhi can delete a bucket. So being a owner of this bucket, Rupesh is going to decide who can create, who can retrieve, and who can delete the particular bucket, right? So these all are the components of S3. Now the next topic is called S3 storage classes. Let me take one example here, right? When we are using the storage classes, as you know that S3 is unlimited storage where you can store any number of objects. If you are not selecting any of the storage class, then by default, it will be stored in standard. If you are not selected any of the storage class, then by default, it will be stored in S3 standard. And let me tell you, this is costly also. Compared to other storage classes, this is costly also. But if you are not selecting any of the storage class, by default, it will stored in S3 standard. Now, folks, let me take one example to explain the remaining storage classes. Let us consider for this Sayara object, I am getting every day 10 million requests per object, right? So always S3 standard is the best solution because it instantly stores the data and instantly retrieves the data. If I'm getting 10 million requests per day, so that means I'm going to store this object here in this standard. Now, infrequent access. Are you going to get the same number of hits for this Sayara MUI after 30 days? So let us consider after 30 days, if I'm not getting that much of a hits, then why should I pay more? Then it will store in infrequent access. After 30 days, an object of Sayara MUI is available in infrequent access. So now the next option is one zone infrequent access. So what is this one zone infrequent access? Folks, if I talk about the S3, all the data will be replicated in 3 availability zone by default. Now, what is one zone infrequent access? When your data is stored in one zone infrequent access, the data will be available in only one single availability zone. So now the data will be available only in single availability zone. So now, folks, AWS itself clearly specified, don't use one zone infrequent access. If you have critical data or mission critical data or any important data, why AWS is clearly specified, don't use. If the data is lost, it's not possible to recover it back. Now, do you think after 90 days, are you going to get the same number of hits for your Sayara MUI? No. See, might be here after 3 months, you are getting 10K. Let me consider 1K also. After 3 months, Sayara MUI will be like 1K hits. So again, the cost is less. But once you are stored a object in S3 Glacier, if you want to retrieve an object, it will take time from 1 minute to 1 hour. Now, after 90 days, it's available in Glacier. Now, folks, do you think, are you going to get the same number of hits after 180 days? Here might be 100 views per day after 6 months. Then why you have to pay more? Then again, this is less costly, deep archive. And here, after 180 days, that means after 6 months, hardly I'm getting 100 views or 10 views sometimes. So that is the reason I'll keep the object in deep archive. Now, intelligent tiering will come into the picture. Based on a access pattern, this Sayara MUI object, it shifts the object, right? So here, after 90 days, I'm not getting that much of a traffic. Intelligent tiering is responsible to shift the object from Glacier to deep archive. These are the frequently accessed, these are infrequent access. Now, folks, in deep archive, if you talk about the retrieval time, it takes from 1 hour to 12 hours of a time to retrieve the object. Now, intelligent tiering is responsible to shift the object from one storage class to another storage class based on access pattern. And let me tell you, folks, for intelligent tiering, it's like a subscription fees. You have to pay monthly basis because intelligent tiering is responsible based on the access pattern. After 30 days, if I'm not getting that much of a responses, intelligent tiering will automatically shift that object to Glacier, then deep archive after 6 months. So now, folks, let me show you how to create a bucket. So right now, I don't have any buckets in my account. Let me create a bucket. So there are 2 options are available. General purpose and directory. General purpose means all the storage classes can be utilized. Directory means only one zone storage class, which is specially designed for low latency use cases. Let me create a demo 13. Array, why I'm not able to create a bucket? Folks, here you can see bucket with the same name is already exists. What exactly it means? But just now I shown you I don't have any buckets in my account. Then how it is possible? A bucket name should be always unique because bidding S3 is a global service. When you type any bucket name, it check it out in all the 38 regions whether this bucket name is already exists, right? So demo 3 is already available. Let me make it as unique with the numerical value. Now let me create a bucket. Now I'm able to create a bucket, right? So here I have one document for S3 naming conventions. You can see here, these are the rules for general purpose bucket rules. You can see here, minimum 3 characters, 63, maximum characters, all the rules they are given. Yeah, let me take version control. Let me give one scenario. Let us consider Prashant is using one system, right? Like he's using one laptop. Now in that, he's creating one folder called ABC. Within the ABC folder, we have a file called XYZ. Now, folks, if Prashant is trying to copy one more file called XYZ, then what happens? System will warn, okay, show error, same name file exist, overwrite or not allowed. So folks, if you nowadays you will get one pop-up. Do you want to maintain both copies or do you want to replace with the existing one? Now version control is one of the feature in S3 bucket. This is my S3 bucket now, right? So usually this versioning is used to keep and maintain the multiple variants of the same object, and that too in a same bucket. This is main object and these all are variants of that the same object, right? If you have a single object, you can maintain the multiple variants of the same object and that too within a same bucket, right? And even it is also used to preserve, retrieve, and restore the earlier version of the object which is stored in S3 bucket. Now, I have one object, I am storing a multiple variants of the same object. Now, let us consider I have deleted this object, right? And the previous version of the object becomes main object. If I deleted this object, then previous version of the object becomes next object. If I delete this, then previous version of the object becomes next object. So now folks, each time when you upload a object, S3 will automatically maintain the previous version as well. What exactly it means? It means that if you overwrite or delete a object which is versioning enabled bucket, now the previous version remain accessible and not permanently lost. So you can retrieve, you can restore, and even you can permanently delete a specific version of the object. And here we have three different states of versioning. In that, the first one is unversioned. Then second is versioning enabled. And the third one is versioning suspended. Okay. So unversioned means a bucket is available, but you can't maintain the multiple variants of the same object. Versioning enabled means the bucket is create. You can create a object multiple variants. Here it's possible. Versioning suspended. See, let us consider Barun is one of the solution architect for his organization, right? And now Barun is created one S3 bucket. Barun is created one S3 bucket with versioning enabled. When he was enabled the versioning, there are lot of storage it's occupied. So again, you have to pay for that, right? So that is the reason after analyzing 2 months data, being a solution architect, Barun is decided, hey, it's huge amount of data and I am going to pay a huge amount of for this object, which is not required for me. So after that, after 2 months analysis, he decided to suspend this. What exactly it means? Suspend in the sense, after the suspension, whatever objects you are putting into the S3 bucket, here it will not maintain multiple variants. Before that, whatever you have the multiple variant, that will be maintained. But after suspension, whatever you upload an object to this bucket, all the objects will not maintain a multiple variants, right? That is nothing but suspension. So now let me show you the same thing in the console. See, here we have two buckets, like two different types as I discussed. So now let me give the name called demo. Demo, today's date is 14. Let me make this bucket as unique. Otherwise, it's not possible to create a bucket. Can you see this? There is an option called bucket versioning. Even from AWS best practice, you can say that one of the best practice always enable bucket versioning, right? So folks, let me tell you, even sometimes what I heard, you will get the question based on the bucket versioning in AWS Solution Architect Associate Examination. What is the main use case of bucket versioning? So to avoid the accidental deletion, we have a versioning concept. So here we have disable and enable option. Let me create a bucket. All right. Now, let me upload a object into this bucket now, what I created just now. So here is the upload option. Just click on add files. Now you can see, folks, I have one launch template.txt. Let me upload one more time. Done. Okay. Now, again. So folks, Now this is my bucket, destination bucket. How many times I uploaded the particular file now? 3 times. Then as I can see, only one document I have here. So here, folks, there is an option called show versions. So now you can see 1, 2, 3. Three different time what I uploaded the same file with the different version ID. So as I clearly specified in the previous session, also every object in the bucket are identified by the version ID. So if I delete, let us consider I'll delete this object. Let me delete this. Right. So here you have to type delete. So once I delete the object will be marked as delete marker and it will be available in versioning. Let me show you. Now no object because the object is successfully deleted from the bucket. Now here it's available in versioning with the delete marker. If I delete this permanently, the previous version of the object becomes the main object. Now let me delete permanently. You can see here the permanently delete option I have. So folks, let me tell you, once you permanently delete the object, what you have deleted, it's not possible to retrieve it back. So now the object is successfully deleted. If you go to the bucket, folks, in the bucket, I have the previous version of the same object. Once I deleted successfully the object, permanently deleted, now the previous version of the object becomes my main object. And here, again, the versions are available. So these are the different versions. Even, yeah, let me show you where exactly you will get the suspension option. Go to properties, encryption, yeah, here itself, bucket versioning. Enable suspend. Even after the creation of a bucket, after the creation of a bucket also, if you want to suspend, after suspension, no object will be considered as versioning. Now, folks, there is a concept called cross-region replication, CRR. So you can see here, first bucket and this is second bucket. So now, folks, cross-region replication is one of the bucket level feature. Enables the automatic and asynchronous copying of an object across the bucket in a different or a same AWS regions. So now this cross-region replication is a feature which is specially designed to enhance the data durability, not only durability, even availability by maintaining redundant copies of your object in the multiple region. If you are maintaining the same data in the multiple region, then when should I use this? What are the use cases? So folks, can I use for disaster recovery? If this particular bucket is failed, this bucket, now disaster is occurred at this bucket. Now you can rely on the replicated data in the destination bucket for a data recovery, right? And here, folks, when I'm talking about the asynchronous process, it means that the object replication occurs automatically in the background without affecting the performance or a latency of your application. So whenever asynchronous comes, asynchronous copying of an object, that means automatically in the background without affecting the performance, it performs the task, right? And let me tell you, folks, even if you want to use MFA for that, like a multi-factor authentication for cross-region replication, that is also possible, right? You can use for disaster recovery, even you can use for even region outage. At that time, you can use this cross-region replication. Now, let me take you to the console. So now, shall I consider this as a source because already we have created this bucket? So now let me create a destination. So let me make it as unique. Okay, now keep as it is, bucket versioning enabled. Yeah. One thing is, if you want to do the cross-region replication, make sure that both buckets should be versioning enabled. This is the condition. Now let me create a bucket. All right. So now my source and destination. Demo is source, destination is a destination bucket, what I created. Now go to source. So let me show you one more thing, folks. I don't have any objects in my bucket. In destination, I don't have any objects in my bucket. But same thing, if you see source, here I have some objects along with the versions, right? Now go to source. And here, folks, there is an option called management. Click on management. Now here you can see replication rule. So create application rule now. Put the name demo 14. Now, so it should be status always enabled, right? Rule will be enabled or disabled. Now source bucket. This is my source bucket, right? And do you want to go for more specific for the objects? You can apply the prefix for the filter. Right now, I don't want to go for it. I want to apply for all the objects in the bucket, entire bucket, right? So now you have the option, choose bucket in the same account. If it is same account, you can directly choose the bucket from here. If you want to go with another account, what is required, folks? Let us consider I want to do the cross-region replication with different account. Let us consider this account is belongs to Prem and the another account is belongs to Shubham. At that time, what is required? If I want to communicate with you, what is required? Let us consider Riju is available in Mumbai. I am available in Bangalore. If I want to communicate, so what I'm using? First thing, you require the account ID of the next person and the bucket name you can select. So now choose a bucket in the this account. Right now, I'm using from this account. Let's select. Destination is a bucket where I'm going to replicate my data, right? Choose path. After selecting the path, here, see, permission to access the specified resources. The role should be created. And let me tell you, no need to think about this. Click on create new role. AWS will take care about this. Then it's additional features if you want. Replication RTC, replication matrix. So RTC is nothing but within a 15 minutes, the object will be replicated in the destination bucket, right? There is a special feature. And these all are the special feature. Replication marker, delete marker replication. These all are the special features. It's up to you being a solution architect, whether should I use or not. It's up to you. Now click on save. Okay. So now there is a pop-up. Do you want to replicate all the objects or do not replicate the existing object? That means now it's asking, do you want to replicate the all the object which is available in source bucket to destination? Yes, I want to replicate. Submit it. Okay. Now, are you people familiar with the batch operation? Okay, let me explain. Batch processing is nothing but a bulk number of processes are going to be executed at specific time. So now here it starts copying an object from source to destination. And here you will get the complete report. That means whether any task failed. Now, do you want the report only the failed task or all tasks? I want all the tasks, whether it is completed or failed, everything should be recorded. And where you want to maintain the report, I want to maintain the report in the same account. And that too, whether do you want to go with source or destination. So I want to store the report in destination. And again, permission. Again, IAM new role, AWS will take care. We don't have to do anything for this batch processing. Let's click on save. So now, folks, once I click on save, yes, you can see successfully created the job ID. You can see here. Just now I created status is new, replication, operation is replication. See, total number of objects. Once it starts copying of an object from source to destination, you are able to see the how many number of objects are copied and how much it is completed and how much it is failed. If something went wrong, why it is wrong, everything you will get the detailed information and what is the percentage it is failed. Right now, this is all about the batch processing, like how your cross-region replication is doing from source to destination. Let's move on to the next topic. Now let's move on to the next topic called S3 Lifecycle Management. In simple terms, you can say that it's a manual process. If you remember in the previous session, I was discussed about the S3 storage classes, where intelligent tiering is responsible to shift an object from one storage class to another storage class based on access pattern. Now, here we have a different storage classes, right? Let us consider this is standard. In S3 lifecycle management, you are going to manually specify the number of days. Here in standard, I want to maintain the object for 30 days. Here in infrequent, I want to maintain for 45 days. In archiving, I want to maintain for 90 days. In deep archive, I want to maintain for 180 days. What I'm doing now, I am specifying my object should be available in this storage class for 30 days. After that, I'll shift to the infrequent access. After that, 46th day, I'll shift to the glacier. After this, I'm going to shift to the deep archive. Why I'm doing this? So to save the cost, because standard is costly. After 35 days, I want to shift to 45 days, a next storage. After 90, a low cost. 180, too low cost, right? As I discussed with the example, when I'm getting a huge traffic for the Titanic object, which is available in deep archive based on the access pattern, it shifts to the standard. Now, in this lifecycle management, it's purely manual process, right? The major difference between your S3 storage classes and here manual process is here we don't have any reverse gear. That means if for this object, even I'm getting a huge traffic, it's not possible to shift this object to previous storage class. What is the reason? Because already you have defined the number of days, and even you will get the option after how many days you want to delete the object. If you put 178, it will not accept. Why? Because up to 180 days, the object will be available in storage. So you will get the message, it should be greater than 180. You can put 181, anything. Then after certain duration, the object will be deleted. You can't use 160 because the object is available up to 180 days in a deep archive. Then how you can delete that object? After 180 only, you can specify at the 181 day, the object will be removed. Now, so folks, this S3 life cycle management, actually we are doing this operation to manage our objects in a cost effective manner throughout the entire life cycle to save the cost, but everything is manual. And even let me tell you folks, the intelligent tiering is also considered as one of the storage class. So here we have two types of actions. What are those? The first one is first transition action, and the second one is expiration action. So now what is transition action, folks? Now this particular actions, it deals with moving an object from one storage class to another storage class at specific time. Time what you're defining, based on that the object will be shifted. So no doubt, which helps to optimize the cost. Now expiration action, the name itself indicates expiry. So now this particular actions, it delete the object after certain period, and even it ensure that the data should not store the longer than necessary time. Longer than necessary time. Now this S3 lifecycle management is a XML file which contains the information like rules and predefined actions which can be applicable to S3 objects and the rules entire lifetime. So now this S3 lifecycle management you can access by using AWS console, CLI, then SDK. These are the options. When you apply any lifecycle configuration rule to the bucket by storing the lifecycle rules, it will applicable to the sub resources which are attached to the buckets. Right? Now, same thing, let me show you in the console. Okay, let me take this only, source demo bucket. Go to management, and here is the option called lifecycle rules. Create a lifecycle rule. Let me put the name called demo 14 for rule name. And do you want to apply a specific objects? No, I want to apply for all the objects, right? Acknowledge this. So these are the life cycle rule action. So now you can see, folks, the two important actions in that the transition and expiry, right? If you scroll down, I don't have any option. When you select this transition current version of the object, it considered transition non-current version of the object between storage classes. That means this will be versioning object, versioned objects that will be considered, right? So now if I selected transition current version of the object, acknowledge it, you can add here. And now I don't have any expiry option. Let me take the expiry current version of the object. Now here I'm able to see the expiry of the object also. Let me add some values. Standard, let me add 30 days. Next, folks, you can see here intelligent tiering as a storage. One zone, 90. Next, flexible retrieval. Let me take it as 150. Now, deep archive. Let me take called 365. All right. So now, folks, if I provide delete after object creation, that means you can delete the object. If I'll give the value called 333 also, you will get the message. It should be greater than 365 value. Now, if I use 366, then it will accept. Same thing here. If you change this to 210, so now let me give the 279. Here you will get the message. The value should be greater than 280 now. This is all about the manual process S3 lifecycle management. Let's move on to the next topic called access control. Access control. What is access control as per your knowledge? How you will define this access control? Let me take more simple terms. Can I call it as a basic read-write operations or read-write permissions? Access control is nothing but granting the basic read-write permissions to other AWS accounts. By default, the account that owns the object can access and grant the other user to access through the ACL, right? So by default, all the objects belongs to the owner of the object. If you want to provide access to another user at that time, you can use ACL, right? Let us consider here we have a one bucket and this is 1, 2, 3 and the owner of bucket but 2, right? So now there is another account called 456 and here the user is Jidnesh, right? And now you want to provide a cross account access. There are multiple options we have. By using the ACLs also, you can provide access to other accounts. There are multiple options we have. Now let me take three different scenarios. The first is, if you want to change the default behavior of this particular bucket, then you have to change the object ownership. If you disable the ACL, that means all the objects of this bucket will belongs to only bucket owner. And the third, if I want to provide a access control to other user, can I use IAM policies, ACL, IAM role, and there is something called SCP. Then we have service control policy. Let me explain what is service control policy. Usually, service control policy will be used in multi-account environment. And this level, we are calling it as OYO level. This is organization unit. If you want to apply a policy at OYO level, then we have a concept called service control policy, SCP. Always SCPs are used in multi-account environment with like AWS organization service, right? So here SCP will be applied. Why? Only the childs which are inherited to this parent will be shared the properties of this particular node. That is the power of SCP. If you want to share the bucket between the multiple accounts, you can use IAM policies, right? Resource-based policies, then ACLs, cross-account access. If I want to go for cross-account access, you can go with IAM roles and even more options. As I discussed, even in the previous topic also, there are different types of replications we have. Cross-region replication, same region replication, and the one more is replication with the time control. This is one of the feature. Within a 15 minutes, it copy all the object from the source to destination. Now, let me show you about the ACL. When you click on create bucket, here is the option. Here we have object ownership. This is recommended. Disable means all the object of that particular bucket will be owned by the only bucket owner. If you want to access to this bucket and objects specified using the policies. So when you enable this, objects in this bucket owned by other account. So using ACLs, you can provide a permission to access with the other customer. So ACL is one of the method. You can use IAM policies, IAM roles, bucket policies, and this ACL also. When you disable, all the buckets are secure. All the objects within the bucket are secure because only owner can access. When you enable, it's up to you how you are going to provide access to other customer. And if you want to change the behavior of this bucket, always you have to change the bucket ownership. Then only it's possible. This is all about the ACL now. So now, folks, let me take you to the next topic called storage gateway. So before going to storage gateway, what is gateway, folks? Let me design single routes, entry and exit point. The next entry point. Okay. See, just now taken one analogy here. This is one house with this boundary with compound and gate. So can I call this gateway single entry, single exit point? Okay. Now this is one house along with the boundary and a gate. So now if I want to connect from this premises to so-called society, whether it is to entry or exit. So this environment is totally different. This environment is totally different. Now, same thing. This is my on-premises environment. And here we have storage gateway. And this is my AWS environment. This is my storage gateway. In simple terms, if I want to extend the capability of on-premises data center to AWS environment, at that time, I'm using storage gateway. So now, see, here I've taken the name called storage gateway. Let us consider if I have any type of a gateway, whether it is storage gateway also, how I can improve the performance of the storage gateway. What are the factors I can consider here? You can add the additional CPU resources to the gateway host. Even you can add the additional CPU resources to the application environment. If you want to perform at this level of a read-write permission, so what kind of a storage I can use here? Which provides the highest IOPS. So here you can use the SSD, a high performance disk. You can add the resources to the gateway host. You can add the resources to the application host. And even you can increase the bandwidth between your application and gateway. These are the things when it comes for the gateway performance. So now you can see here, this is my on-premises environment. Now you can see there is a diagram. This is my on-premises environment, right? And this is my AWS environment. See, in simple terms, why we are using storage gateway? As you can see, if I want to extend the capability of my on-premises data centers to AWS at that time, I'm using storage gateway. Now, logically, how it works? Here you can see in on-premises, we have file gateway, volume gateway, tape gateway, right? So using the different protocols, what we are using. So storage gateway in between, we are using between on-premises and AWS environment. If I want to connect from on-premises to AWS environment, here we are using a strategy called direct connect. There are different options are available. You can use site-to-site connectivity. You can use direct connect. You can use VPN connection. There are multiple options are available. So being a solution architect, you know that which particular option should be selected in which particular situation. Let us consider Arun is one of the solution architect for ABC organization. Now, Arun is one of the solution architect for ABC organization. So now storage gateway, which serves as a crucial component for this ABC organization. And now they are seeking to build a hybrid cloud storage solution. This ABC organization, they expecting a hybrid cloud storage solution. How? By seamlessly integrating your on-premises environment with a cloud storage, right? So now this ABC organization can enhance the accessibility, scalability, and cost efficiency, where you will get the vast array of cloud services, where storage services, different storage classes, backup, archiving, FSX, right? Even automated backups. There are different options are available, right? So when I'm talking about a collection, a hybrid solution, it is a collection of hybrid cloud storage service that bridge the gap between your on-premises data centers and virtually limitless cloud storage, which is available on AWS platform. Now, for ABC organization, it empowers to use a cloud storage seamlessly while maintaining hybrid architecture. Hybrid in the sense, it combines the both benefits of on-premises infrastructure as well as cloud services. Again, I'm repeating, it combines the benefits of both on-premises infrastructure as well as AWS environment. So this is the power of storage gateways. Now let me take you to the next option called encryption. So now folks, encryption. So what is encryption folks? Plain text to ciphertext, encoding to decoding, readable form to non-readable form. Here we have a different options. There are different encryption types. If you are not selecting any of the encryption type, by default, it will be considered as SSE S3. In every operation, we are not selecting any of the options. So by default, it will be encrypted by using SSE S3. And let me tell you, this is totally free service. And here it uses the AES, Advanced Encryption Standard 256 algorithm, which is one of the strongest block cipher to encrypt your data. So there is no any additional charge. It's a free of cost. Now the second option is server-side encryption with KMS. When you select this option, it asks you, do you want to choose from the KMS keys? Always there is a default key available for you. If you want, you can create default one. You can use default one. No, if you want to enter the ARN, create a key, copy the ARN. That is also fine. No, I want to create an entire new key. That is also possible. And folks, let me tell you, this is chargeable. KMS is Key Management Services, chargeable. You have to pay for it. Now, how to create a KMS key? Let me click on that. Here we have options, symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric means what? Single key will be used for encryption and decryption. But here asymmetric means public and private key will be used. In AWS environment, ARN, Amazon Resource Name, is the unique identification for every service, like S3, KMS keys, EC2, like that for every services, even IAM user, IAM roles. For everything we have ARN. Now, symmetric, asymmetric, single key and public private key. For what purpose you are using? For encryption and decryption purpose. Click on next. So provide the alias name. Display the name of the key. Let me take demo 14. Same. Okay. Description is optional. Leave it. Next. So what are the key administrative permissions? This is also optional. Key administration permission to whom you want to give. Let me take myself. 328 is the username. Select the user. Click on next. What about the usage permission? Same usage permission I'll provide to myself for demo. Sorry, this is the key policy what we have. Automatically it will be generated. Then click on next. Now you have successfully created a KMS key. Demo 14. So folks, this key is available. And now if you want to use this key, now it's available. Is it the key what I created just now in front of you people? Select the key and create a bucket. Bucket name, demo, make it as unique, then create a bucket. Now the bucket creation is successfully done. Now, is it possible to modify the encryption type after creation of a bucket? Then yes, 7373. And here we have properties, right? Default encryption, you can change. If you want to change from KMS to SSES3, you can go for this. Okay. There is one more type we have, dual layer server side encryption. That means at the board layer, encryption will be done. And this is like you are going to pay more for this. If you want more advanced security and more features, at that time, usually we go for this. Okay. Now, let me show you this key. Let us consider I'm not using this key for longer duration. So first, if you want to delete directly, it's not possible. First, you have to disable this. Even after disable also, you can't delete directly. You can make schedule key deletion directly, which is not possible. And here you can specify the duration from 7 to 30 days. So now I'm specifying 30 days. After 30 days only, this key will be deleted. Confirm it. Now, once I confirm, after that only the key will be deleted. That means after 30 days, your key will be deleted. Let us consider, no, again, I'm going to use the same key. In that situation, you can cancel the key deletion. That is also fine. Then you can use the same key if you want. If you want, you can enable. Again, you can use the same key as per your requirement. Let's move on to the next storage type called Amazon FSx. Where FSx is also one of the family of a service that makes easy to launch, run, and scale, a shared storage which is powered by a popular commercial open source file systems. So this FSX supports two different popular commercial file system. The first one is FSX for Windows File Server, and the next one is Lustre. Amazon FSX for Lustre. Let me focus on Windows File Server now. Okay, then we'll go for Lustre. Windows File Server, FSX for Windows File Server is managed by AWS. And let me tell you, this is specially designed to provide a fully native Windows file system capabilities. So Windows file system capabilities, that too in AWS cloud. And now this Windows file server, it allows the seamless integration with AWS environment. So because of this reason, it makes an excellent choice for Windows-based application as well as a Windows-based workload. Now, and folks, let me tell you, this Windows file server, as you know that, it is designed to provide the fully native Windows file system capability. And even this is specially designed to scale as per the growing demands of your application. Now, user can easily adjust the capacity and the performance of their file system to meet the change requirement. So now, folks, this scalability part is very essential for the workloads that experience fluctuating demands. Fluctuating means sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. So at that time, this is very important. Now, FSX for Windows Server can be accessed by using the protocol called SMB, Server Message Block Protocol, right? And apart from that, it allows a seamless integration with Windows-based application. And even it makes an easy to move existing file workload to AWS environment. That too, without any modification. That too, without any modification. Right? Now, apart from that, this is specially designed to provide advanced administrative features like a simplifying data management and even user access. So now even a quota, a maximum limit for the users, and user can restore the enhanced usability, and system will provide a overall productivity of every services. Apart from this, there is one more important feature. So now this FSX is integrated with Microsoft Active Directory, which allows your organization to manage the existing management of infrastructure. And even this integration will streamline the process, a user authentication, access control, providing more advanced features to the end users, right? So now these are the important points about the FSX for Windows. Now, first, okay, Pranit, first point is Windows file servers are specially designed to provide a fully native Windows file system capability in the AWS cloud. Now, if I want to deal with the Windows workloads, so now it's a native file system capability which is provided in the AWS environment. Now, what are the benefits I'll get? The first one is it builds on a Windows server. Now, this is simple and manageable. And folks, SMB protocol, if I compare with the other protocols, SMB is the lowest cost, which provides flexible performance, secure and compliant, and even broadly accessible. So these are the benefits for FSX for Windows. Lustre is also one of the file system here which have the ability to deliver a high-speed processing. What is that high-speed processing now? Folks, let me tell you the data throughput which exceeds more than 100 GB per second. So now this throughput is one of the essential for a performance intensive application that required some real-time analysis and quick data access. So because of this performance, This is widely adopted by the HPC community. So Lustre file system is adopted by HPC community and to its scalability because of the scalability and performance characteristics, right? So when you are using this Lustre file system, it brings the benefit of performance capability to AWS environment. Because of that reason, it provides the reliable and fully managed solution to the performance critical workload, right? So now, no doubt, Lustre is designed to handle a high performance computing workload. What type of a workload? What are the use cases? Can I consider data analytics as one of the HPC workload, high performance computing workload? Folks, can I consider scientific simulation? Consider the machine learning, also one of the high performance computing workload. Data analytics, scientific simulation, machine learning, where you are going to train a models, right? No doubt, these provide some exceptional performance. And because of that reason, we are using a Lustre file system, which are valuable assets for your organization for fast data processing. Now, Lustre is integrated with one more service. This is my Lustre and this is my S3. Now, integration with Amazon S3, it opens the new possibility for a data access and collaboration. So you can access a large scale data set which is stored in this S3 using the Lustre file system, right? Even it enables efficient data sharing and analysis. So Lustre file system is given a two deployment option. In that, the first one is Scratch and this one is persistent. Let me give the hint what exactly it is. Scratch is like instant store. Persistent is EBS. Scratch file system means it stores a temporary data. And here the data can be stored up to 14 days, not more than that. Persistence. So now persistent, it includes the durability throughout the automatic backups and even which is suitable for long-term storage, right? So here, this particular option is preferred to store a critical data that required some persistent storage, reliable storage. At that time, you can go with this option. Now, if I talk about the benefits, so folks, high performance computing, scalability is also one of the part, right? Then next, let me take reliability also. Next, seamless access to S3, Scratch and persistent, multiple deployment option. So these are the benefits of Lustre file system. If we talk about the FSX for Windows as well as Lustre. Yes, Prani, because it provides the up to 100 Gbps throughput. Lustre is in which operating system by default? Lustre, you're talking about the Lustre in which operating system by default? See, Arun, Lustre itself a Linux-based parallel file system. Lustre is itself a Linux-based parallel file system. If I talk about the Lustre file system drawbacks, Lustre can be only used for Linux file system. So now here we have two services. The first one is Glue and the second one is Athena. Glue is serverless data integration service. Serverless means no need to think about provisioning, updating, patching. Everything will be taken care by AWS. Glue is serverless integration service that helps you for ETL data, that to extract, transform and loading from the various sources into the centralized data store, right? Centralized data store. So usually these ETLs are used for preparing a data for analytics purpose. Extraction, transformation, or you can say extracting, transforming and loading. So you can get the data from the various sources, that too for a centralized data store. So what are the features of this Glue service? Here we have a concept of data catalog. Then data catalog. Data catalog is used to store a metadata about the data set. Now, ETL jobs, where you are going to perform extract, transform, load. How? By using Python script to transfer your data. And here we have one more feature called crawlers. Crawlers are used to automatically detect the schema and update the catalog. Schema is nothing but the systematic representation of a data. So schema is nothing but systematic representation of a data. Now crawler will automatically detect the schema and update the catalog. As per the data set, metadata will be updated. And the fourth feature is serverless. Serverless. No need to think about provisioning, updating, patching. Everything will be taken care by AWS. So this is for Glue service, which is specially designed for ETL jobs. Now, Athena. Athena is also one of the service in AWS. Athena is also serverless service, which allows you to run SQL queries directly on stored data which is available in S3. Again, Athena is serverless. If I talk about the features, Athena is also serverless. No need to manage your infrastructure, and it works with the S3. And here it supports the SQL. No need for database engine. Directly you can perform a queries by using SQL services. Now, if I talk about the Athena, okay. Now, if I take the example of Athena, now let us consider Pranit is data analyst and want to analyze the customer transaction log which is available in S3 bucket. Now, first thing, you have to store all the transaction into S3 bucket. Now, if I want to create a data or a catalog glue service, the first step is done. Now, all the transaction will be stored in S3 bucket. And now in the second step, I am going to use the glue service to create a data catalog. And now, after creating a catalog, I am going to run the SQL queries using the Athena service to analyze the data without setting up a database. This is all about the Athena service now. Let's move on to the next module, that is networking. Here the topics are VPC, networking, and content delivery. As you know that in every module we'll get a scenario, a day in the life of cloud architect. So being a cloud architect, what is your responsibility? Cloud architect in an organization and has been asked to address security concerns about moving the company infrastructure to the AWS cloud. The company has outlined a specific requirements. They seek an entity that can attach to any AWS resources, defining its access permissions. Instead of distributing long-term credentials like username, password, or access keys, the company requires a solution offering temporary rights to application when they interacting with AWS resources. They aim to manage governance, compliance, operational audits, and risk assessment within the AWS accounts. The security and compliance of application on AWS should align with the company's standards. So now John's responsibility include setting up an AWS account and utilizing the AWS command line interface to engage with AWS services and resources. He must also master using the AWS identity and access management to ensure the secure access to AWS resources. To achieve this, he will learn a few concepts in this lesson that will help you to find the solution for given scenario. Now, what are the learning objectives? By the end of this lesson, you will be able to configure IAM and its policy to ensure secure access management, create and configure CloudFront distribution to distribute the content globally, create and configure VPC endpoint to privately connect AWS services without public internet exposure, implement a range of routing methods to manage a network traffic efficiently. So folks, these are the objectives, or you can call it as outcomes. Once you complete the module, you are able to answer the questions based on these topics. What is networking? Networking is nothing but establishing a connection between two or more devices to share the resources. Simple terms. Here you can see First is VPC, Internet Gateway, NACL, Network Access Control List, Public Subnet, Route Table, Security Group, EC2. VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. So virtual private cloud is an isolated area where you can deploy your AWS resources. Like in the previous session, you are created one EC2, right? You are deployed in this VPC. You are created one load balancer. You have deployed in this VPC because it's a isolated area. No one can enter without your permission. Let us consider this is Gagandeep VPC. Now Gagandeep is the owner. Without Gagandeep permission, no one can enter. This is Divakar VPC. This is Santosh VPC. This is Shivam VPC. Now, without Gagandeep, without Divakar, without Santosh, without Shivam, no one can enter this environment. So it's a service which isolates the resources. Now Divakar is going to use EC2, S3, or we have RDS, Relational Database Service. Then we have KMS. Everything is going to deploy. All the he services is going to deploy in this VPC because it's an isolated area. No one can enter without your permission. Now, by default, per region, you can create 5 VPCs, not more than that. If you want more, then you have to contact AWS support team if you want to increase this quota. Now let me take one simple example here. Okay, let me take plot. Now this is 60/40 site. Okay, this is my VPC. If you see here, in this diagram, first VPC, just now what we are completed. Now we have subnet. What is subnet now? Let me discuss. Subnet is nothing but range of IP addresses. That means within a single VPC, how many IP addresses I can utilize. That is nothing but subnet. And this subnet is divided into two types. The first one is public subnet and the second one is private subnet. Okay, this is public subnet, the range of IP addresses that customer can interact. Private subnet, the range of IP addresses within VPC they can interact. Now, let me take this 60/40 site. Now here I have one gate and this is my sit out. I'm talking about the 60/40 site, right? And this is hall, dining room and all. This is public area now. And this is private area of your house, right? Now, here we have kitchen, then bathroom, washroom, and a bedroom, everything. Now, folks, let us consider a new person arrived to the home. This new person can access the public area. Now, this new person want to access the private area of your house. Then he should take a permission from a family member. Then only he is allowed. He or she is allowed. Now, same thing. Let me take with VPC. This is public subnet. And this is private subnet. Let us consider I have Flipkart website. So for this Flipkart website, everyone is able to access the website. Everyone. That means I should launch one EC2 instance. One EC2 with this Flipkart app. All the customer can access this application. It should be in a public area. Now, my question is, do you have access of Flipkart database? No, because it's available in private subnet. If you want to access this private subnet resources, you have to take permission from public subnet, family members. Now, this EC2 want to interact, then there is no restriction because family members can interact with each other. They can access all the rooms, everything, hall, kitchen, everything, right? So if someone from outside, if they are trying to access the private resources, they have to take the permission from public subnet. Now, let me discuss about the subnet. Here you can see there is a concept called subnet. So now, what is IP address? IP address in simple terms, I can say that a unique identification for a system in a network to identify that machine. So now there are two types of IP addresses we have, IPv4 and IPv6. So both are supported in AWS. What is the size of IPv4 addresses? 32-bit is for IPv4. What about the IPv6? It's 128-bit. So in AWS, both are supported, but in our scenarios, we are using IPv4 addresses, 32-bit. So now, folks, here we have the concept of CIDR, classless interdomain routing. Here you can see 172.31.0.0/16. 16 is nothing but /16 is nothing but a masking value which determines how many IP addresses you can use in a VPC. In this example, you can see the VPC value is 16. We are calling it as a masking value. Let me discuss the calculation how the IP addresses are allocated by using CIDR. So what is the size of IPv4 address now? 32. Masking value 16. 32 minus 16, 16. So now 2 raised to 16 is how much? 2 raised to 16 is 65,536 IP addresses you can utilize in a single VPC. Let me take that same example, a 6040 site, and this is VPC. This is public subnet. So this is AZ1 and this is AZ2. Now I'll divide. This is public area. This is private area. This is public area and this is private area. Now same thing, I'll divide this. Now constructing one building with for a commercial purpose. Let us consider this is block A and this is block B. And this is public area, private area. This is public area and this is private area. Right? Same thing. Now, just now I calculated for VPC up to how many IP address I can use? 65,536 IP addresses I can use now. The maximum IP address what you can use in a single. Now you can see a first 65,536 I can use a IP addresses. So first 4 IP addresses are reserved 0, 1, 2, 3 and the last one is like 36, 65,536, right? Last address is also reserved now. So now if you see in this diagram, we have subnets 172.31.0.0/20. Now the maximum number of IP address 65,536 I can use. So always make sure that you should not use a masking value less than 16. You can't use 15, 14, 13, 12, not available. Not possible. Why? The maximum range of IP addresses for a single VPC is 65,536. So you can use 17, 18, 19, 20, it's up to you. Now, if I calculate IPv4 32-bit, 32 minus 20 is 12, 2 raised to 12 is 4096, 4096 addresses, 4096 addresses, 4096 addresses. Here 4096, 4096, 4096, 4096. In this site, I can put 4096 objects here, 4096 objects here, 4096 objects here, 4096 objects here. This is how we are calculating. Let me take one more example. See, now I have a VPC range called 10.0.0.0/16. Okay, if I calculate this, 32 minus 16 is 16 and 2 raised to 16 is 65,536. Now this is subnet 1. Now subnet 1 IP range is 10.0.1.0/24. Now folks, what I'm doing, this is my VPC. I can create up to 65,536 IP address within this. I can put the objects. So what is the subnet 1 value? How many IP address I can use in subnet 1 and subnet 2? Let me calculate. So subnet 1 value is now 10.0.1.0/24. The range will be 10.0.1.02. Folks, if it is 24, how you will calculate? 24 means 32 minus 24 is 8. 2 raised to 8 is 256. Clear? So that means within a single subnet, you can use 256 IP, not more than that. So now the range is 10.0.1.0 and up to the maximum range 10.0.1. Up to how much? 256. Always it starts from the 0 means it should be 255. Let me take second subnet. Now 10.0.2.0/24. Now value is, if I take 32 minus 24, 8, 2 raised to 8 is again 256. Here I can use 256 IP addresses. And what will be the range now? 10.0.2.0 up to 255. How it works? First 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 up to 255. After this 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4 it continues. I'll come back to my custom diagram. So just now I completed VPC and subnet. The next component is, these all are VPC components. Now route table. What is a route table? Let me tell you, route table consists of collection of routes which determine how exactly you are going to route a traffic to the destination. This is my subnet and this is my route table. Usually this relationship will be there. So whatever the traffic is there in route table, what you have the address, the traffic will be routed to internet gateway. Now, can I connect a multiple subnet with the single route table? It's possible. Now same, let me reverse the scenario. I have only one subnet and these are my multiple route tables. Now, is it possible? The answer is no. Let us consider I'm in a Bangalore, so I'm using Gmap. In that, what I'll put the first destination, M0, Gabban Park, then Vidhan Sauda, then Vishweshwaraya Museum. Like this, I'll put the multiple destination. Even Gmap will be confused how to reach the destination. So if you put the multiple destination, it's not possible to reach to the destination. That's why this is not possible. But multiple subnet can be connected with the single route table. That is possible. This is all about a route table. Now, here we have security groups. If you see here in the diagram, let me show you first. Now, security group is virtual firewall at EC2 level. So what is security group now? Let me define it. The things. This is my EC2. Okay. So now, folks, these are inbound rules. Inbound rules, and these are outbound rules. So even you can say that incoming traffic, outgoing traffic. So now what is security group? Security groups are virtual firewall at EC2 level. So now here we have the concept of inbound rule and outbound rule. Now what is inbound rule? You can set rules to define which incoming traffic is allowed to your EC2 instance. So it includes a specific IP ranges, or you can use a port number or any protocol. Outbound rule. Outbound rule, you can establish a rules for a outgoing traffic from your EC2 instance. What connection your EC2 instance can initiate. And let me tell you folks, a default behavior. If you have just now created a security group, what is the default behavior? Now always all the incoming traffic is blocked and all the outgoing traffic is allowed. This is default behavior. So you must explicitly set the rules to allow the inbound traffic. And now here we are calling it as stateful in a nature. It's a stateful inspection. What exactly the stateful inspection? If you allow any request from the IP address to enter, the response is automatically allowed regardless of outbound rule, because it maintains a history. If I am allowing 17.10, just I'm taking example, a partial IP 17.10, that means now traffic will be allowed. So now after allowing whatever you are allowing the incoming traffic, by default outbound is also allowed only, regardless of outbound rule. So why we are calling it as stateful? Let me take one simple example. Here I have one apartment, and for apartment I have one security guard. Now there is a third person who is visiting to this apartment. So now this security guard will check, who are you, why you are here, what is the reason, to whom you are visiting. Everything he is going to cross check. Once everything is fine, everything is cross verified, then only he'll allowed to go to the apartment. And once the work done, folks, again he's leaving the apartment. Do you think the security guard is going to ask again, who are you, why you are here, what is the reason, to whom you are visited? No, it's already passed the security. That means, can I say that he's maintaining a history in terms of some documents, registered documents? So he is maintaining history. That's why we are calling it as stateful. I know that I only allowed this traffic. That is the reason I am, without authentication, I am allowing the traffic to go from my EC2. That is the power of stateful, because it maintains a history. So folks, this is all about the security group. Now we have NACL. Let me specify. NACL, Network Access Control List. This is also virtual firewall at subnet level. So if I talk about the default behavior, all the incoming or inbound traffic is allowed. Outgoing traffic is always allowed. This is default behavior. And here we have a concept of rule processing. So what is that rule processing? Let us consider here I have rules. These are the multiple rules. Okay. Now, which is minimum value now? 100. See, now always your rules are processed in a order. That too, starting with the lowest number rule first. So as soon as the rule matches the traffic, the evaluation stops and the traffic is allowed or denied accordingly. Whether the traffic should be allowed or not. These are all access rules. And now folks, here you can see about default behavior is all the incoming and all the outgoing traffic is allowed. Now, if I talk about inspection, this is stateless in a nature. Why we are calling it as stateless? Because it doesn't maintain history. Now, let me take one example. This is airport now, and here we have passport officer. Now, let us consider Battu. Battu is leaving India for some work. He's going to Dubai. So he's leaving morning at 6 a.m. from Delhi. So passport officer is going to verify everything. Okay. Now, once everything is successfully authenticated, then he can travel to Dubai. Now he reached to Dubai and again in evening, Battu is back to India, right? So here passport officer is there. Do you think this passport officer can say that, hey, I know the Battu, no need to show the documents, you can leave? No, right? So can I relate? This is stateless because this passport officer is not maintaining any history. So this is the default like stateless inspection of NACL. So here you can specify the rule number. Here in the NACL rule numbers, rules are the rank from always lowest to the highest number. If traffic matches to the lower number rule, the system is ignore any conflicting higher number values. And then a different type of traffic, protocols, ICMPs like TCP, UDP, ICMP, right? Then even what is the source, what is the destination, and let me tell you, here it supports both allow and deny both. So now, if I talk about the security group and NACL, what are the differences between security group and NACL? Security group is on EC2 level. Now, at subnet level, this is stateful and this is stateless. All the incoming traffic is blocked and outgoing is allowed. And here all the incoming and outgoing is allowed. That is also one of the difference. But one more important difference, here it supports only allow rule. Only allow rule. Here it supports allow as well as allow or deny, both. Again, I'm repeating folks, here it supports only allow, right? So allow rules, what exactly it means? Only what to define the traffic is allowed. Any traffic not explicitly allowed is automatically denied. So that's why it supports only allow rule. And here it supports both allow as well as deny. So folks, there are different types of IP addresses we have. Public IP address, private IP address, elastic IP address, right? Public IP addresses are reachable over the internet. And user can use these address to communication between your instance and internet, right? Private IP addresses are not reachable over the internet. And here, if you want to do the communication between within a VPC, let us consider if I want to do the communication within the instance, right? Instance with the database and all within a VPC, private IP addresses are used. Now, elastic IP addresses. Elastic IP addresses are the static IP addresses which are associated at account level, and these are chargeable. Now, let me demonstrate a demo for VPC. Let me create first. So what is this, folks? Now, the first thing. So this is my VPC, right? Okay. So now let me show you, folks. This is my dashboard of VPC. These are multiple features which are relevant. You can say that multiple services which are available with VPC, right? So now let me create a VPC. First, as you know that default VPC is also available for your quick workload. Click on create VPC. I have two options. First is VPC only, and the second one is VPC and more. When you click VPC and more, everything will be taken care by AWS. Even a project name, what is the CID array and range and tenancy, how many availability zones are available, how many number of public subnets, private subnet, NAT gateway, everything. Just you have to click on create VPC. And let me tell you folks, AWS is given a very beautiful presentation of your VPC. If you click on this, all the subnets are active. As you know, public subnets are routed through the public route table to the internet gateway because these are reachable to the customer. Private subnet, these are not reachable to the internet. Always it routes the traffic within a VPC. Now you can see if I focus on within a VPC, two route tables are active along with the two subnets, private subnets. And same thing if I click on internet gateway, public subnet with the two public subnets are available in the different availability zones. Right now, let me create entirely new and that too custom as per my requirement. I'm going to create and the name is my demo. Okay, so here let me give the CIDR range 10.0.0.0/16. So total how many number of IP addresses will be allocated to this VPC folks? If I talk about the 10.0.0.0/16, 65,536 IP addresses will be allocated. Now let's create a VPC. So now VPC is created. What is the next step? Let me create. So what is required? I'm ready with my layout. I should construct hall, bedroom and all, right? Kitchen, everything. So can I make it as subnet? This is my public subnet. Okay, this is my public subnet and this is my private subnet. Okay, let me create a subnets. Here at the left side, we have option to create subnet. Now, here default subnets are also available. Let me create new subnet. So here, this is my public subnet. Okay, now availability zone 1A and the range is 10.0.0.0.0/17. So 32,768 IP addresses can be utilized, right? Now let's create a subnet. Successfully created public subnet. Now let me create another subnet, private. This is my private subnet. Okay, same availability zone and the IP range. Make sure that it should be not overlap 10.0.128.0/70. So here also 32,768 IP addresses can be utilized. Let's create a subnet. So both subnets are successfully created. Now folks, as per the diagram, right now for time being, don't think about private subnet. Let's think about public subnet. After public subnet, what is the next step? Let us consider this customer want to access the public subnet. So what is the next point is required? If you want to create a NACL, you can create a NACL here. So here you can see there is an option called NACL, network ACL. So here you can create a network ACL. So name is my NACL. Select VPC, my demo, right? Let's click on create network ACL. So now see, my NACL is successfully created, right? If you click on NACL, here you can see, you can associate to your subnet. Still it is not associated. Now which subnet you want to associate? I want to associate to public subnet. Save the changes, right? So now this NACL is associated with public subnet. If you want to edit the inbound rules, you can add the rule number. Here you can add the rule number 100, custom TCP. I want to go with the STTP, right? Then it should be allowed or denied as per your requirements, right? Now it's allowed. If you want to add one more, STTPS, right? Whether it is allowed or denied, it's up to you what you are adding, right? If it is allowed, save the changes. So now I'm done with NACL. After this NACL and public subnet, if the customer want to route a traffic, what is required? A route table. You should have one route table. So now you can see I have a route table. Now let me create a new route table. The route table name is my routes. Okay, select the VPC. My demo, what I created. Click on create route table. So now, just now I'm done with the route table. Is it possible to route the traffic from public subnet to route table now? There is a gap, right? Then there is no connection. How it is possible? So you have to associate your route table with public subnet. So here there is an option after creating route table. There is an option called subnet association, right? When you click on subnet association, there is an option edit subnet association. Now I am going to attach my public subnet with this route table. Then done. So now the association is done, but I should inform to public subnet all the traffic should be routed to route table, right? Now here you can see the subnet association is done. So what is next? From route table, where it should route the traffic, it should reach to the customer. So what is destination here? Before that, some gateway is required, internet gateway. So now here we have internet gateway. So let me tell you folks, internet gateway is a VPC component that connects, which establishes the communication between your VPC and internet. Let me create internet gateway now. So the name is my IGW. Okay, create internet gateway. So internet gateway is successfully created and directly it's asking, do you want to attach to the VPC? Yes. Which VPC? My VPC, what I created. Attach internet gateway. Now successfully done with attaching internet gateway, right? My internet gateway is attached. All the route table traffic should be routed to internet gateway. So for this, you have to edit the routes. Go to route table. And here my routes, what I created, click on this. And here we have option edit routes. So now add route here. Always for your internet gateway, there is a standard IP 0.0.0.0/0. Now in this list, which is target internet gateway, select, save the changes, right? So now successfully my internet gateway is connected. This route table routes the traffic to the internet gateway and now customer can access this. So this is all demonstration of how your public subnets creates a NACL and how it routes to the route table. Then it connects to the internet gateway and reaches to the customer or a client. Now we have a concept called VPC Flow Logs. VPC Flow Logs. This is my VPC now. Okay. So this is my VPC and here I have the concept called flow logs. Okay. This is incoming and this is outgoing. See, flow log is one of the feature of VPC that captures information about IP traffic, right? So now these flow log records you can store in two options. Whether you can go with S3 or you can go with the CloudWatch logs. So if you want to go with the CloudWatch logs, at that time you have to create a row. Because to read the logs, we require a row, right? So there are two options if you want to store the information about the IP traffic. What kind of information? What is the source? What is the destination? What is the IP address, right? From where exactly you're getting the traffic. These multiple attributes are available. Multiple attributes are available. And if you want to store, I'm talking about the single traffic, more than 10 to 15 attributes are there. If I want to store this, every information of traffic, you can store in S3 or a CloudWatch logs. If you want to go with the CloudWatch logs, at that time, it requires a role. Directly, you can store in S3. Now, let me show you how you are going to store this information. So let me take my VPC itself, what I created just now. Select the VPC. Go to actions and here we have option. And now here my logs. So what type of traffic it should be captured? Only accepted or rejected? I want all the traffic, whether it is accepted or rejected. Now maximum aggregation interval. So by default, it's 10 minutes. You can customize to 1 minute also. What is that aggregation interval? So once the packet is received at the VPC level, when I'll get the multiple packets to the VPC, I'm going to aggregate, then I'm going to store into the storage services, right? Now, here you can see CloudWatch Logs, S3 bucket. These two options usually we'll discuss in a professional level, that to Kinesis part, right? So I'm going to store in the S3 bucket. If you click on yes, CloudWatch Logs, here is the option to create a role, service role. Now let me go with S3 bucket. I don't have right now buckets. Let's create a bucket now because I want to store all the log details here. Okay, so let me create a bucket called Flow Logs. Make it as unique. Okay, keep as it is. Bucket versioning enabled. Create bucket. See, now the bucket is successfully created. If I go back to the VPC, here you are able to see. You can enter the ARN of your bucket. Where you will get the bucket ARN, just click on the bucket. And if you go to the properties, there is an option to copy ARN. Copy it and paste it in the ARN section, right? Let us consider RAW is one of the solution architect for their organization, right? And if you check the default format, version, account ID, interface ID, source address, source port, destination port, protocol, everything will be everything. For a single traffic, you will get all the information. Now, RAW is one of the solution architect for their organization as per the client requirement. So client specified how many, like I don't want these all fields. Can you give me only source address and destination address? So now being a solution architect, Rod decided to go with the custom format, right? Which attributes you want? I want account ID as per my client requirement, source address, destination address. Then you will get only this information for every traffic. So you can decide which one you want. You can customize. That is possible. Now, if you go with the default format, let me keep default and see how you are going to store a data in a text file. By default, it's a text. Even if you want to go with a different file method like Paraquet, you can go with that, right? So keep as it is everything. Now let's create a flow log. So now flow log is successfully created, folks. If I'm getting any traffic to the VPC, all the data will be captured and stored in this particular bucket. Let me show you. Right now, I don't have any objects. Let me refresh. Can you see this? AWS logs. A folder is automatically created by AWS logs. And if I'm getting any traffic to my VPC, here you will get the in detail information. Let's move on to the next topic called NAT Gateway, Internet Gateway and NAT Gateway. So what is Internet Gateway, folks? As I discussed, Internet Gateway is one of the VPC component that scales horizontally, right? Redundant, which offers a higher availability. Even you can say that Internet Gateway, which enables the communication between your VPC and Internet. So whenever you are using the Internet Gateway, there are two main purposes. There are two main purposes of this Internet Gateway. What is the first one? Always it acts as a target in the VPC from a route table. Always it acts as a target in the VPC route table that targets the Internet Gateway. And next is it handles the NAT, network address translation of the instances with the public IPv4 addresses. NATing is a process of converting from private IP addresses to public IP addresses. So now, folks, here we have a concept called NAT devices. Network address translation devices. So now, folks, these NAT devices, which allows the private subnet to connect their internet, like connect to the internet or any other AWS services. Let me give a quick recall for the previous diagram. So folks, in the previous diagram, I was discussed only public subnet. Now here is my internet gateway, right? This private subnet EC2 want to connect the internet gateway. At that time, NAT is required. Now I have, this is only public part, and here we have internet gateway. And now, as you know that private subnet cannot connect to the internet. And now there is a scenario if my EC2 want to, this EC2 is available in private subnet and this EC2 want to connect with the internet. In that situation, I'm going to use NAT devices. In simple words, NAT devices which allows the instance in a private subnet to connect the internet or any other AWS services. Now, there are two different types of NAT devices we have. The first one is NAT gateway. Right now, what we are using. The next is NAT instance. So let me tell you folks, NAT gateway is a new concept. Now what we are using, right? And this is highly available. NAT gateway is highly available, fully managed by AWS. This service is provided by AWS, right? And it is designed to automatically scale, and it can handle up to 45 Gbps of a bandwidth. And let me tell you folks, these NAT gateways are always inherent in the redundant availability zone, within the same availability zone. Because of that reason, it makes them a more resilient option for the production workload. The power of NAT gateway. Now, these NAT gateway are also inherently redundant within the same availability zone. Because of that reason, it makes them a excellent choice, that too for production workload. Now, if I talk about the NAT instance, this is older concept. Before NAT gateway were introduced. So now user have to launch one EC2 instance. Then you have to perform NAT operation. This is purely self-managed service where user is responsible for availability, scalability, or any update or a patches for the instance. Everything should be taken care by only the user. No one is going to help you in this case. Now, folks, if I do the comparison, this is my NAT gateway and this is my NAT instance. What are the differences I'll get? Auto scaling, this is AWS managed and this is self-managed. The first difference, auto scaling is also one of the difference. So NAT gateway, it supports auto scaling, but here no auto scaling. You have to configure. Next, performance. Which performance is high? Particular NAT device performance is high. NAT gateway, then it's low. When you launch any EC2, it depends on the configuration. So now, whenever if you want to do the NAT instance operation, you have to launch EC2. Now this EC2 means it's restricted to the configuration, depend upon instance type. It will not cross the limit of this configuration. Instance type means there is a specific configuration. Based on that only it performs. If I talk about a NAT instance's characteristics, first thing, bandwidth and scalability. Multiple protocol support like TCP, UDP, ICMP, and even a NACL, network access control list will be supported, and even concurrent connections also supported. Now, if I talk about limitations, so single elastic IP you can use for this NAT gateway. Some routing constraints also we have. Based on that, these are the limitations, right? Now, folks, I have one custom diagram. Let me show you for the NAT gateway. Here you will get the clear picture. There are two diagrams we have. This is diagram A and this is diagram B. Okay. Which diagram is, this is internet gateway, which is connected to the internet. By using internet gateway, you are connecting with the internet gateway, right? So now you can see always your public subnet will be connected to internet gateway. Now in this NAT gateway, now let us consider I have one EC2 instance here in a private subnet. And this EC2 want to do some updates, patches. And for updating and patching, again, it should connect with the internet. So at that time, as you know that, what is the strategy if I want to connect the internet with the private subnet resources? NAT gateway, right? So as you know that, what I have the private subnet resources in EC2 here, when it's trying to connect an internet gateway, here we are using NAT gateway. So now this private IP address, as you know that the NAT devices which converts private IP to public IP. Now this private IP will be converted into public IP, then it will be connected to the internet gateway. Through the internet, all the updates and packages are successfully downloaded. Because private subnet resources can't directly connect to the internet. So if you want to access the internet from the private subnet resources, make sure that here a NAT gateway should be always deployed in public subnet, because Here, always your private subnet resources have the private IP. This private IP will be converted into public IP, and NAT gateway will convert that and connect it to the internet. And once updation, everything is done, here it provided to the specific EC2. So there will be a two route table in B. So this is all about internet gateway and NAT gateway. Now let's move on to the next topic called VPC endpoints. VPC endpoint, it enables a user to connect their VPC to other AWS services without using internet gateway, NAT devices, VPN connections, or any direct connect. Then how we are connecting? So now VPC endpoint provided two different types of VPC endpoints. So what are those? Let me discuss. Types of VPC endpoints. In that, the first one is interface. And the second one is gateway endpoint. So what is endpoint? Endpoint is nothing but this is also one of the features that enables a user to connect their VPC to other AWS services without using internet gateway, without using VPN connection, without using site-to-site, or without using direct connect, right? So what we are using, there are two types of endpoints we have. The first one is interface endpoint. The second one is gateway endpoint. Okay, before going to this, why we want endpoints? Interface endpoint. So let me tell you folks, interface endpoints are powered by AWS private links. Allows a secure and private communication between your VPC and other AWS services through dedicated network interface. And here you can connect with all the AWS services. There is no any restriction. Now, gateway endpoint is specially designed to only two services. Gateway endpoints always deals with only two services. The first one is S3 and the second one is DynamoDB. And it provides a scalable and cost-effective solution for accessing these services from a VPC. So now, even here also without traveling to the public internet. Let me tell you folks, this interface endpoints are chargeable. You have to pay for this. And this gateway endpoints are totally free. If I do the comparison between your gateway and interface and this is gateway endpoint, right? And these are the differences. Let me take. So first, this is chargeable and this is free service. Next, here it supports all services. And here it supports only S3 and DynamoDB. So folks, if you remember, as I clearly specified, in interface endpoint, always it routes a traffic by using dedicated interface. That is elastic network interface, ENI. In gateway, always it uses a route table to route a traffic. Let us consider you have S3 free service and S3 chargeable service. Then why they are given S3 in both cases? S3 free also, S3 chargeable also. The reason is S3 chargeable, it provides some additional features. Like even using the interface endpoint, you can connect with on-premises to S3. That is possible. So here on-premises environment will be supported, but here on-premises not supported. Here we are using dedicated ENI, elastic network interface. This is basically a virtual network card. It's like a LAN card for your computer. Now ENI is a private IP, which is even you can say that secondary IP, right? It consists of private IP, secondary private IP, and public IP, MAC addresses, security groups, subnets, everything. And now you can attach and detach for your EC2 instances. Why ENI is important? Basic networking and even a multiple network interfaces you can use, which is highly available, right? So now if I want to route a traffic from the any specific resources in an interface endpoint, always it uses the ENI. Now I taken the example for EC2, right? For other resources also, you can route a traffic by using ENI. Now, with comparison with the gateway, if you want to route a traffic with the gateway interface, always it uses the route table. Through the route table itself, it route a traffic. Even when you are performing a demonstration, lab demonstration, in that you can clearly differentiate. When you select interface, you will not get the option of route table. When you go for gateway, at that time, you will get the option for route table. Now, let me take you to the demonstration. Here, folks, if you see, there is an option called endpoint. I don't have any endpoints. Let's create a endpoint. So now, this is my interface. My interface endpoint. And these all are the different categories. Now I'll go with the AWS services. If I type ES3, let me show you. If you select ES3, both gateway and interface both are available. If you go with the interface, chargeable, gateway, free, right? And let me show you the difference. When I select interface, I'll not get any option for route table. But same thing, if I go with gateway, I'll get the option to select route table. That is the major difference how you are going to route a traffic. Now let me take, for this, let me take EC2. Why should I go for same service? Let me take EC2 and I got the option called interface, right? So now all the traffic with, let me take default now, keep as it is, create an endpoint. Let me go to the creating next endpoint. This is my gateway endpoint. Okay. Now let me go with gateway. Let me select ES3 now. And here is the option, right? So select the route table, which one you want. Now create a endpoint. So just now successfully I created a VPC endpoint for interface as well as gateway. So now folks, let's move on to the next topic called VPC peering. VPC peering establish a direct and secure link between two VPCs. The first one is source and the second one is destination. Peering connection that establish a direct and secure link between two VPCs. Now, user can create a multiple VPC peering connection for each of them. And whenever you can see here, this is my source and destination, I'm giving one name. Now, if you see, whenever you are creating a VPC peering, make sure that these 2 points. So what are those? The first one is always check it out. IP addresses should not overlap. The first condition. The second one is transitive pairing is not allowed. So what is that transitive pairing? Let me show you. So folks, A to B, B to C is not possible, right? A to B is possible, then A to C is possible, and even if you want to do the pairing, no direct pairing is created between B and C. If you want to do, then you have to create a pairing between B and C, right? So now A to B, B to C, this is not possible. Transitive pairing is not possible. If you want to do this, A to B, then A to C, then you have to create. If you want to make a B and C to be communicate, at that time you have to create a B and C pairing. Then only it's possible, right? Now, if I talk about the use cases about VPC pairing, so folks, where I can use this? Okay, can I consider for inter-organization collaboration? Right? See, organizations which often need to share the resources or collaborate on a projects while maintaining a separate AWS accounts. So now VPC peering that enables a seamless, direct, private connectivity between the VPC of different AWS accounts, which facilitating secure, efficient data sharing or a system integration across the company boundaries. Now, folks, can I use for production, testing, development environment a separate VPC? For disaster recovery is also one of the best use case you can consider, right? Now, this is all about peering means one-to-one. Let us consider if I want to connect a multiple VPC simultaneously at a time. So here we have a concept called transit gateway. Folks, transit gateway where you can connect multiple VPCs around the world. Transit gateway is responsible to connect on-premises environment also, right? These are multiple VPCs. VPC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So up to maximum 5,000 VPC can be created. If I want to deliver my application around the world, the transit gateway is the best use case, right? And even you can host a multicast application in the cloud. And here rapidly you can move to the global scale, right? Now, let me show you folks a demo in a demo. Here you can see I'm going to create a two VPCs for peering source and destination. And this is my source now. This is source now, right? And CIDR range is 10.0.0.0/24. Okay, let me create a VPC peering. The next, one more VPC for destination. Let me give the name called destination. Okay, and the CIDR range is, let me take 8.0.0.0/16. Fine, 8.0.0/16. So as per the first condition, make sure that the IP addresses should not overlap, right? Now, if you just scroll down, there is an option called peering connection. Now you are going to peer a connection. So folks, my peering name is my peer. Okay. So now folks, as you know that just now I created a two VPC. In that, the first one I'll consider as a source, as I given the name called source. And do you want to peer a VPC within the same account, same region, or same account, different region? Right now I have same account, same region, right? Now folks, if I want to go with another account, what is required? Let us consider I want to connect the VPC which is available in another account. So what is required here? It's account ID. Account ID you have to specify, then VPC ID you have to specify, right? Now, right now in my scenario, my account with the same region. So destination what I created, I'll select this. See, now in this particular scenario, you can see I'm selecting my account that too from same region. What I created, destination, right? So let's create a peering connection. So now folks, peering connection has requested, not successfully created. So for this, you have to go to the destination. Right now in my scenario, both source and destination are in the same region. If you have the destination in a different region, you have to change the region. Then you have to check the peering connection. Right now, it's in same region. I got the request pending acceptance. So folks, usually in your social media, Facebook or Instagram, how many days your request will be available? Forever, until and unless you have to accept or delete the request. But here, let me tell you, the request will be available for only 7 days, not more than that. If after 7 days also, if you are not accepted the request, then automatically AWS have the authority to delete this peering connection, right? And let me tell you folks, by default, up to 50 peering connection per region you can create. If you want to extend the limit, up to 125 peering connection can be created by taking the permission from AWS support. Now, pending acceptance, select the peer, and here is the option. Do you want to accept or reject? It's up to you. Accept it. So now, folks, successfully peering is done. My two VPCs are ready now. So now, do you think now both VPC A and B can communicate after VPC A and B is successfully created and peering is done? Do you think A and B can communicate with each other right now? You have to specify the A traffic should be routed to, in route table, you have to edit the routes. It should route to the B. And here in this route table, all the traffic should be routed to A. Then only the A and B and B and A can be communicate with each other, right? So this is how your A and B VPC can communicate with each other. I was discussed about the AWS private link also, folks. AWS private links which establish a secure and private connections between your VPC and other AWS services and even on-premises service also. So some of the benefits we have with the private links. So some of the benefits we have of private links, like it enhances the security also, it provides the streamlined network management, and even it provides the smooth cloud migration, right? So multiple things we have. Folks, we have another service called System Manager. What are the resources? So here we have System Manager as a service. One of these service called System Manager. So System Manager is very powerful tool, right? Where it grants a user comprehensive visibility and control over the AWS infrastructure. And let me tell you folks, this System Manager is closely integrated with CloudWatch service, where it allows you to create a dashboards and operational data and even reporting the bugs. At that time, the System Manager is very important. Let me take the first tab. In this, we have application tools. Application tools in this app configuration. So what exactly this app configuration? So it helps you to create, manage, and deploy your application configuration. Then application manager. Application manager, here you application can make a logical group of AWS resources that you want to operate as a single unit. Then parameter store. It provides a secure and hierarchical storage for your configuration data and remote management. Then here, folks, we have one more tab called change management. See, automation. What is automation? Automation can automate the common maintenance and deployment tasks. Then change calendar, which is related to date and time. Change manager, which is very, very important. See, let us consider you are working in one of the project, right? And the project is live. If you do any modification, are you going to deploy that modification directly into the live project, or you are going to take the approval from your higher authorities? Approval is needed. So folks, change manager, it is an enterprise change management framework. First, you have to request, then approval will be done. After that, you can implement, and whatever you are implemented, then you have to make a report of that. Whatever you have made the changes after implementing, you have to report the operational changes, right? And you have to maintain a documentation for that. Everything will be maintained in terms of documents here. Then we have maintenance window. It's a setup of requiring some schedules for managed instances to run the administrative tasks, right? So this is all about the change management. Now, there is one more important tab called operation management. Here, as I clearly specified, this system manager is closely integrated with CloudWatch service. Then Explorer. It displays the aggregated view of operation data on the AWS accounts and across the AWS regions. Then incident manager. Folks, let me tell you, incident management, here we have a console to help user to mitigate and recover from the incidents. Then operation center, it provides a centralized location where the operation engineers can view, resolve, and investigate the operational items related to AWS resources, right? So these are the some of the important tabs which are available in System Manager service. So this is all about System Manager. Now, folks, here we have the next topic called VPN connections. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network, right? So VPN is a solution that establishes a secure connection between users on-premises network to the remote offices, client device, or a AWS global network. So here there are different types of VPN connections we have. The first one is site-to-site VPN. AWS Client VPN. See, when it comes for the AWS Client VPN, here AWS Client VPN that offers a secure access to AWS resources. So this particular solution is particularly very much useful for a remote workers, contractors, or a partners who need to securely access a AWS resources without need to be physically present in the corporate network, right? That is nothing but client VPN. Now, what is VPN Cloud Hub? Let me tell you folks, VPN Cloud Hub is the combination of multiple site-to-site connection. Let me define here. This is my VPN Cloud Hub. So VPN Cloud Hub that simplifies the setup of multiple site-to-site VPN connection. It acts like a central hub, which allows the communication between multiple on-premises to Amazon VPCs. And the last option, a third-party software VPN appliances. So folks, third-party software VPN appliances that establish the connection between on-premises network to AWS. Third-party VPN appliances, it provides the flexibility in terms of software selection and customization, right? From my end, if I talk, let me take one of the example as a third-party software VPN appliance, Cisco Connect. Let me take one more, 45. See, like this, we have multiple third-party software VPN appliances in the market. See, now we have an option called site-to-site, the first one. Let me show you folks one important custom diagram for site-to-site connection. Now, folks, here you can see there are two different environments. The first one is on-premises VPN server, and this is AWS environment within a single VPC, right? And these are managed connections. Sometimes it is static or a dynamic also. Now, here you can see VPN connection. It's a secure connection between your on-premises equipment and your VPCs. Folks, within this VPN connection, we have VPN tunnel. So what is that VPN tunnel? It's an encrypted link where the data can passes from customer network to AWS network. So in this VPN connection, always we are using IPsec protocol, right? So now folks, here you can see customer gateway device. Actually, this customer gateway device is a physical device or a software application on customer side, that too on-premises server. Now, here we have virtual private gateway. Virtual private gateway is the VPN endpoint at the AWS site in a site-to-site VPN connection. And let me tell you folks, this virtual private gateway can be connected to only single VPC, not more than that. Here I can connect a transit gateway. Using a transit gateway, I can connect with the multiple VPCs, right? Virtual private gateway can be used for single VPC. Transit gateway, if I want to connect multiple VPC, at that time transit gateway, right? So why we have two endpoints? What is the reason? Folks, let me tell you, the two endpoints are for high availability purpose. If one of the endpoint goes down, the second is ready to provide a service. That is the power of two endpoints, right? Now, folks, here we have one more strategy. This is all about the VPN connections, what we are completed. We have one more strategy called Direct Connect. So what is Direct Connect? Direct Connect is one of the cloud service solution that establish a dedicated network connection, right? So let me tell you folks, Direct Connect, here we are using a physical cabling to connect from on-premises environment to AWS environment. And let me tell you, physical cabling, that to fiber optic cables with the speed of 1 Gbps, 10 Gbps, and up to 100 Gbps link, right? And here, some of the things you have to consider. What are those? You have to take a special permission from government. Then you have to make a SLA, service level agreement, and you have to take the permission from local authorities because you are going to put the separate fiber optic cables here. So here you are going to pay for ports. A particular dedicated ports are allocated to you. So whether you're using or not using, you have to pay for it, right? Now you can see on-premises AWS environment, right? So here we have direct connect location, which consists of customer router and AWS router. As you know that a router can route a traffic from on-premises to AWS side and AWS side to on-premises. The task of customer router and AWS router. It routes a traffic from AWS environment to custom on-premises environment and on-premises to AWS environment. And let me tell you folks, the speed of these router, so the speed of these links are 10, 100 up to 100 Gbps of a links, right? So folks, when I'm using this direct connection, what are the benefits I'll get? First, here we have a reduced bandwidth cost, easy to use, right? And a very important, it's a private connectivity from on-premises to VPC. And the very important, always the performance will be consistent, right? Always you will get the consistent network performance because it's a dedicated network connectivity. What are the differences between direct connect and site-to-site connectivity? Now you can see site-to-site VPN connections 1.25 and this is up to 100 Gbps connection. This is faster to configure compared to direct connect. It requires special agreements, physical cabling to the data center, and you don't have to pay for inactive connection. But what I taken the example of port hours, whether the connection is active or not active. So always encrypted in transit by default, but travels over a public internet, side to side. No need to encrypt. Why? Because it's private dedicated connection. That is the reason. Now, folks, we have a topic called CloudFront. So how many regions we have? How many regions we have? It's 38. How many availability zones? 120. Earlier it was 37. It was 117. Now it's 38 and 120. So edge locations, we have a CloudFront edge locations, 700 plus edge locations are available around the world. Now, folks, CloudFront is global content delivery network service, which is specially designed to securely and efficiently distribute a content to the end users and ensuring low latency plus high transfer speed. CloudFront is nothing but a global content delivery network service, right? Which is specially designed to securely and efficiently distribute a content to whom? To end user, ensuring low latency. Low latency means low delay and high transfer speed, right? So as you know that it's a global content delivery network service. The primary function is to accelerate the delivery of web content, images, videos, APIs, and other assets that to around the world, right? Now, let me show you one simple diagram to explain this. So folks, these all are my regions. Okay, these all are my regions. Now, Vimal Singh is available in Mumbai region. Okay, he's available in Mumbai. Okay, so these all are my regions. Total 38 regions are available. And these all are my edge locations. So total 700 plus edge locations we have, right? Now, Vimal Singh stored a document called example.com. Example.com in North Virginia region. This is my North Virginia region. Okay. So folks, now when Vimal Singh is requesting for example.com, always it checks in the edge location first, which is nearest to the customer. Again, I'm repeating, edge location which checks within nearest to the user, right? So now the nearest edge location is this one for Vimal Singh. Example.com is available in this? No, the document is not available. Now, here we have origin server. So what is that origin server? Origin server is nothing but a place where exactly your data is stored. Now, the origin server might be any S3 buckets or any web server. So now in my case, I have S3 bucket. So example.com file is available, right? Now, when Vimal Singh is requesting for example.com, first it check in the edge location. If the document is not available, then it check it out in the origin server in North Virginia region. Now the bucket is available in North Virginia, right? Now the result is fetched and provided to the customer. So before providing to the customer, it catches the content in the edge location, then it provided to the customer. Parallelly, right? Let me show you with one more similar diagram. See, when Vimal Singh is requesting example.com, first it check it out in the edge location. If the document is not available here, it check it out in the origin server. When Vimal Singh is searching for example.com, then first it check it out in the nearest edge location to the user. The document is not available, and now it check it out in the origin server. So now, once the document is found, then result will be provided in the edge locations. Edge locations are nothing but which stores a frequently accessed data to the customer, near to the customer, right? Now, after receiving the document in the edge location, parallelly it start transferring a data to the Vimal Singh, right? And next time when Vimal Singh is trying to fetch the data example.com, the result will be provided from edge location. This operation will be not performed. By default, 24 hours, the object will be available. If you want to customize the object duration, there is a concept of TTL, where you can customize a default time, minimum time, and maximum time, where you can store the object. So now, folks, can I say that by using this acceleration, I am achieving a caching a content strategically located in this edge location. I'm reducing the distance between the user and the data what we are requesting. Can I say that? By caching a content strategically located at the edge locations, then only it's possible. Now, what are the steps we have for a CloudFront? Let me specify the steps, how to create a CloudFront distribution. First, you have to specify origin server. Then upload file to origin server. Then we have third step called create CloudFront distribution. Right? These three steps I'm going to show you in the console. Now, folks, if I talk about the use cases, CloudFront can be used in static website content delivery. Folks, can I use CloudFront in on-demand videos and live streaming videos? Yes, as I clearly specified at the beginning itself, it deals with the all kind of a data, either it is video, images, audio, anything, right? So you can serve on a on-demand videos and even live streaming video. Now, folks, same thing. Let me show you in the console. See, Cloudinary, Amazon Double XL, then Mesh, Hulu, then Prime Video, Amazon JioSaavn, Saw Music, Net Media Works. There are different many organizations right now. They are using CloudFront, right? So let me show you the same thing in the console. So what is the first step, folks? Let me create an origin server now. Create a bucket. Let me create a CloudFront server. Okay. Let me make it as unique. Then versioning enabled. So, folks, first CloudFront server is successfully created. After this, edge is third. Upload a file. Let me show you. I have one simple HTML file called 11.html. Now what I'm uploading. This is my file, right? Now let me upload 11.html. Okay. So upload it and click on upload. Create a CloudFront distribution. So let me tell you, folks, one thing here. Recently, AWS, like last week only, AWS is updated the interface, first page for CloudFront distribution. Get started. Name, let me create demo 20. Okay. Description, it's up to you. So for what purpose I'm using single website or application. Okay. So I don't want any domain also. Click on next. Now, right now in my scenario, I have S3. Let's create a CloudFront distribution and the name is demo 20. Click on next and S3. As I can see, I have buckets in my account, CloudFront server. Let's create one more time. Demo 20. Click on next. Select this particular server. Select the particular server. That means now this is my origin server, right? So select the CloudFront server as origin. I'll keep as it is. Click on next. I don't want to enable the web application firewall. Okay. Click on next. Review it and create a distribution. Once I clicked on create distribution, you are able to see here distributed domain name and here last modified is deploying, right? It means now my CloudFront is deploying, right? So now I'll copy the distributed domain name, right? I'll paste it in a new tab, right? So for this, you have to add a file name. What is the file name? What I given 11.html. Okay. How quickly I'm getting the document? Just check it out. Let me paste one more time. See how quickly I'm getting the document. So that is the power of edge location. That is the power of CloudFront service. How quickly you will get the content.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.